River Westlock will lead us into O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, wisdom blessé porter la paix, il sait porter la croix, dans l'histoire les two épopées, des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to pay tribute to a very special community leader and friend. We lost Moby Bukhari late last year. Moby served as manager of Erincourt Co-op, but to everyone who knew him, he was so much more than this title suggested. Moby saw his daily work and sphere of influence as part of a deeper calling, and he embodied the very best of what it means to be a public servant. He was a trusted mentor to an entire generation of young people at Erincourt, for whom he built a gym, installed basketball nets, and created a breakfast program. Generous with his time, he also offered a great deal of one-on-one support. Moby was a relentless champion of inclusion and unequivocal in his quest to give every person he could reach the chance for a brighter future. To his wife Mishti and daughter Zelia, we pledge to honor Moby's life and legacy by continuing to work together to ensure his dream of a better tomorrow for everyone lives on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafière. The Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region is getting ready for public hearings about the Energy Saguenay project. The I Believe in My Region campaign was launched to show that Saguenay is open for business and ready for development. Recently, through Mr. Yvon Laprise's initiative, over 37,000 members have joined the Pro-LNG Quebec and Saguenay group on Facebook. Richard Courchaine from the local radio station in Saguenay has encouraged listeners to show their support for LNG Quebec and to demonstrate that support publicly. I'm told that something is being organized. I've often heard lately that we have the greenest aluminum in the world, and I dare to hope that we can offer the greatest LNG on the planet. In Canada, our projects are well executed, they are ethical, and they are responsible. If environmental bodies greenlight a project, we must seize the opportunity. I encourage the region to keep showing support for major projects for its future. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentarian, we have many privileges, and today I'm going to use one of those prerogatives to announce great news to this House. Exactly 1 month ago, January 26th, my daughter-in-law, Anne-Marie, and her spouse, Edwin Simon, brought a beautiful little girl into the world, and her name is Nellie.
Avoir les yeux de Nelly.
Seeing Nellie's eyes has led me to believe that there is no doubt that our future is bright. Being a grandfather for the first time is an immense joy. And 2020 is the start of a new generation for the Dubourg family. Dear colleagues, please join me in wishing not only congratulations to Anne-Marie and Edwin, but to wish the warmest of welcomes to my granddaughter, Nellie Dubourg. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neige-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the countdown is on for the city of Rimouski, which is going to host the 2022 Quebec Game Finals in less than 888 days. From July 29th to August 6th in 2022, more than 3,000 athletes throughout Quebec are going to converge on my riding. They will compete for the greatest honors of Quebec sport, which includes all disciplines. I'd like to highlight the tireless work of the organizing committee, volunteers, and people who acted to get to host these games. That's not only an opportunity for Quebec's athletes, but a source of pride for all of these young participants. During the 9 days of competitions, everyone will be able to see the professionalism and the dedication of the organizing committee and the warm welcome that is renowned in our region. I personally invite all members of the House to come and experience these unforgettable moments with me and to celebrate excellence in sport.
Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
I rise today on behalf of the member from Delta to pay tribute to Brandon Bassey. Brandon was an aspiring young athlete who was taken from this world far too soon. At the age of 19, he just started his undergraduate arts degree at Simon Fraser University, was a member of the university men's soccer team, and a Vancouver Whitecaps prospect. Unfortunately, a tragic car crash on May 18, 2019, extinguished these dreams. Brandon was an outstanding athlete, a generous, compassionate person, a positive role model for many young students in Delta. Our thoughts are with Brandon's family, his mom Pam, his dad Colwinder, brother Derek, and sister Dalbeer. In his memory, the Bassey family created the Brandon Bassey Foundation. $1,000 will be awarded annually to a student in North Delta who demonstrates leadership inside and outside the classroom. Even though Brandon is no longer with us, this fine young man's legacy will live on through this scholarship, which will help other students realize their dreams.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, last night it was a great honor for me to attend a reception hosted by the Leader of the Official Opposition celebrating Black History Month and the achievements of Canada's Black community at his home. As far as we know, this is the first time that a Black History Month reception has been hosted at Stornoway by any leader of any party. Various members of Parliament and leaders from the Black community gathered along with our leader and his family to build relationships and discuss important issues. I want to particularly recognize Emmanuel and Mariam Abeo and the member for Tobique Mactaquac for their leadership on this event, as well as the work done by staff, especially Jesus Bondo and Anton Sestritson. Black Canadians are an integral part of our Conservative family. Current and former staff, former candidates and nomination candidates like Abdul Abdi, Denise Seal, and Toyin Crandall, elected provincial Conservatives like Minister Casey Madu in Alberta, and soon-to-be elected provincial Conservatives like Patrick Mayangi and Ottawa Vanier. Mr. Speaker, we have more work to do to build and strengthen the relationship between the Black community and the Conservative Party. Last night was another big step forward.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As February comes to an end, we conclude Black History Month. I wanted to recognize Wilma Francis as a community leader and strong voice in my riding. Every Monday, she brings together Caribbean Canadian seniors across Mississauga with the Carry Can group, helping to keep seniors active. I also recently sat down with a very influential Bishop Walker from Praise Cathedral, which has the largest congregation in the GTA, and learned the history of lawyer Robert Sutherland. I'm proud of our government for putting Viola Desmond on the $10 bill and making her the very first woman in Canadian history to be featured on Canadian currency. Desmond's story of fighting against systemic discrimination and racism is a reminder to all Canadians of our collective responsibility against inequality. I want to encourage all Canadians to start conversations and learn the history of these remarkable Canadians that helped shape this peaceful country that we're in today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I'd like to highlight the performance of Maxi Plante, an athlete from Magog. Since the beginning of the year, she has stood on no less than 3 podiums in 3 competitions for extreme downhill skating, including a gold medal on February 15th during the Red Bull Ice Cross competition in Yokohama, Japan. As well as having distinguished herself during the last several months, this 27-year-old athlete is ranked 8th in the world. On the Red Bull circuit for 6 years, her discipline and tireless work have drawn quite a roadmap for her life, on top of her career as a pilot in the far north. We are very proud to have such a talented athlete in our riding, who put on her skates for the very first time in Magog's arena at the age of 5. Thank you, Maxi, for making our region sparkle with your athletic performance.
Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand in the House today to congratulate the community of Rivers, Manitoba, a vibrant community in my riding. Earlier this month, Rivers proudly hosted the Manitoba Scotties Tournament of Hearts. The 68th edition of this tournament resulted in Team Einerson winning the provincial championship, and as of Sunday, winning the national championship in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Although we all knew Manitoba would once again prove that they are truly Canada's best curlers, the real champions are the community of Rivers. Today I rise to commend the efforts of the organizing committee, sponsors, and volunteers who dedicated their time and energy in ensuring a successful event that proudly showcased their love of the game and their community. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the community of Rivers, Team Manitoba on a well-deserved victory. All of Canada is celebrating with you.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. 30 years ago, pogroms were committed against Armenians in Azerbaijan in the capital of Baku. For 7 days in January 1990, hundreds of Armenians were beaten, killed, and expelled from the city. These crimes against Armenians accelerated and nearly completed the ethnic cleansing of Armenians in the country. Nearly 500,000 Armenians were deported and sought refuge in different countries around the world, including Canada.
By the Sumgait pogroms in 1988, where Armenian civilians were targeted, being killed in their homes and in the streets.
The atrocities committed during this violence in Sumgait shocked the entire world. This anniversary leads us to reflect on the privilege we have to live in a country where diversity and inclusion are our force, and where various ethnic and religious communities can participate equally in the country's policies.
Armenian victims of these pogroms in Sumgait and Baku, we solemnly condemn all forms of racism, xenophobia, and hatred.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm pleased to rise to say happy 100th birthday to World War II veteran and Edmontonian Mr. Leslie McLean. Like many of his era, he fought for Canada during the war. Enlisting in 1941, he served as a leading seaman on the HMCS Calgary, part of our proud Corvette Navy that fought in the Battle of the Atlantic. During his service, the Calgary shared in the sinking of one U-boat and single-handedly sank a second one. The Calgary participated in the Normandy landings later, protecting the landing craft of his friend Fred Russell, whose 100th birthday we celebrated in the House just last year. And the two are still friends to this very day. Mr. McLean later transferred to the HMCS Ontario and served in the Pacific Theatre. Discharged in 1946, he came home to Edmonton, where he and his wife Christina, who served in the Women's Army Corps, raised 7 children, 14 grandchildren, 25 grandchildren. Mr. McLean, happy 100th birthday, and from a grateful nation, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, February 26th is Pink Shirt Day. That's why I'm proud to wear some pink today. This important national day was launched in 2007 when a group of students decided to defend a young person who was being bullied for wearing pink. Since I have a background in education, I pay special attention to this cause. Nearly 1 young Canadian out of 4 is bullied as often as twice a week. A UNICEF report reveals that Canada is unfortunately 21st out of 29 developed countries when it comes to bullying. We have a great deal of work to do to improve the situation, Mr. Speaker. That is why it's essential to continue to act, to raise awareness, to prevent bullying. We have to create a safe environment for all of our children, and by so doing, support the development of our future decision makers, our youth, our future.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Bullying is never acceptable in our society, whether it's in our schools, workplaces, homes, online, or even in Parliament. Today is Pink Shirt Day, a day to raise awareness of the ongoing issue of bullying. Whether bullying takes the form of racism, including anti-Black, anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, gender-based violence, homophobia, transphobia, or even just wearing a pink shirt, we will stand together to fight it. we are seeing a dramatic rise in bullying and hate that is allowed to flourish on the internet. Social media platforms must take a responsibility for removing hateful and extremist content before it can do harm. As New Democrats, we recognize the inherent dignity of all people and about building a sense of community. Let us recommit to countering bullying and hate in our communities and in our country.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, a business, Les Outils à Richard, or Richard's Tool Company, in Berthierville is celebrating the 130th anniversary of opening its doors. This business creates ergonomic and high-quality tools that is the pride of the region. However, it's currently experiencing significant difficulties because of the ongoing rail crisis. This business imports a great deal of its inputs and currently has a great deal of stock stuck in Vancouver and Alberta. The only options are to detour through Montreal with a 20-day delay or to pay a great deal more with another shipper. This situation is putting this business in significant difficulty because of the penalty clauses included in its contracts. Inaction and lack of leadership are putting our businesses in danger. The solutions proposed by the Bloc are simple. After 130 years of being in operation, the business Les Outils à Richard deserves a quick resolution to the crisis. It is time to act.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Bullying impacts people across Canada every day. At school, on the playground, at the office. Cyberbullying and online hate have also enabled bullies to hurt Canadians even when they are in their own. It has to stop. Pink Shirt Day gives us an opportunity to make it known that we will not accept hurtful words or actions directed at anyone, especially children. Let's all work together to make sure that no one gets bullied for how they speak, what they wear, who they love, or where they're from, or for any reason. Today, we remember to stand up against bullies, lead by example, and treat all Canadians with dignity, compassion, and respect. Happy Pink Shirt Day.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Black History Month, I would like to acknowledge an African Nova Scotia hero from my very own riding in Kings Hants, Petty Officer William Hall. Born in Horton Bluff, Hall worked in the shipyards of Hantsport building wooden ships during the golden age of sail. He enlisted in the Royal Navy in 1852. From there, the young Nova Scotian traveled the world with the Royal Navy, seeing the shores of England, Ireland, China, India, and beyond. For his bravery during the siege of Lucknow, Hall became the first black person, first Nova Scotian, and third Canadian to receive the Victoria Cross, the British Empire's highest award for bravery. Wow. Now, William Hall's legacy is being commemorated as the namesake of the Royal Canadian Navy's 4th Arctic and Offshore Patrol ship being built at the Halifax shipyard. This is the first Royal Canadian Navy ship to be named after a black Canadian. I hope that all members of this House will join me in celebrating our Canadian hero.
Hear, hear.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister still doesn't seem to realize that Tech Frontier pulled its decision to invest billions of dollars into the Canadian economy because of a situation that he has created. He is directly responsible for the loss of 7,000 jobs. This application went through an independent analysis and was approved by the independent regulator, and all that was left was for his political approval. So why did this application sit on his desk since July?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The company in question decided to withdraw their application. They recognize that there is still a tremendous polarization in the debate in this country between Canadians who were very happy that the company withdrew its investment and others who were deeply disappointed that the company withdrew its proposal. The work we need to do is to demonstrate that the way we move forward is by creating jobs and by protecting the environment at the same time. That is something that the Conservative Party of Canada continues to refuse to accept. The only way forward with jobs is to protect the environment at the same time.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is trying to blame everybody anybody else. First, he blamed global commodity prices, but that can't be true because there are investments pouring into Russia, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. He tried to blame the Alberta government. Well, his Liberal government gave equivalency to the Alberta emitters regime. Then he tried to blame Stephen Harper. I guess he forgets that he's been Prime Minister for almost 5 years now. He can't blame Scott Bryson, so will he finally take responsibility for his failure on this one?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, reconciling the environment and the economy requires responsible conversations and reflection by all Canadians. It's not good for our country to have this debate take place on the battleground between extremist views. What's good for Canada is to create common ground in which we recognize that the environment and the economy must go hand in hand. This decision was Tech's decision. As the CEO said, strong climate plans and collaboration across sectors and governments are needed. This should be a wake-up call for the party opposite that you can't have a jobs plan without having an environment plan.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he has the same environmental plan that he has for his jobs plan. No action on either one. His environment, he has a balanced approach. He's failing on the environment and he's failing to get jobs built. So congratulations on that one. Now, when it comes to having a real plan, I want to read a quote to him that says, "We don't have a net zero plan. We have got to work on it. That's for sure." Do you know who said that?
Who said it?
The Liberal Minister of Natural Resources.
Oh, no.
So, will the Prime Minister admit that it is his lack of action and lack of a plan that are causing the hardship all over Western Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the member opposite invents statistics, let's talk about a few things. Let's talk about the fact that we created 1 million jobs in this country over the past 5 years, and Statistics Canada just confirmed that 1 million Canadians were lifted out of poverty for a historic record. Mr. Speaker, we recognize there is much more to do, but at the same time as we've been growing the economy and helping Canadians, we've been phasing out single-use plastics. We've been phasing out coal plants. We've been moving forward on a price on pollution right across the country because we know that Canadians do expect us to do it all.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That simply can't be true because people are pulling investments out of Canada because he does not have a plan for either the environment or the economy. And in terms of inventing things, that was a direct quote from his Minister of Natural Resources. So he might want to check with him on that. Mais, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, for 3 weeks, we have witnessed this Prime Minister's weak leadership regarding the rail blockades. They have sprung up all over the country and are blocking roads, ports, and tracks. They are harming workers who want to get to work. Does he realize that his weakness has let this situation get out of control? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we need to find a quick solution, a peaceful solution, but above all, a sustainable solution. We need to be able to continue as a country on the path of reconciliation, but we also need to be able to create prosperity and jobs throughout the country. Aggressive and simplistic solutions of the kind the Conservative Party has brought forward will help no one in this country. They won't help Indigenous communities, nor will they help workers who count on rail transportation. So we will continue along the right path together. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
to elevate radical protesters with no connections to Indigenous issues. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. These are not people who are reflecting the will of the Wet'suwet'en First Nations. If they did, they would be standing in solidarity and fighting to get this project built, Mr. Speaker. These are radical groups like Extinction Rebellion, an organization that has been listed as a terrorist organization in the United Kingdom. So is the Prime Minister not embarrassed that he has shown less leadership and less of a backbone than radical protesters who just want to shut down our economy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it really concerns me that I might have heard the Leader of the Official Opposition refer to Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs as radical protesters just because he disagreed with them, because that's exactly what he just said, and that is unacceptable,
Order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I recommend the members opposite check the blues, check Hansard for what the Leader of the Opposition just said, because he made that equivalency, and that is unacceptable. I may disagree with the leaders of the hereditary chiefs.
Now, earlier today, I had the honor, the privilege of meeting with a lot of school teachers from across the country, from one end to the other. Let me finish. We were talking about discipline in a classroom, and one of them said to me, you know, sometimes it works for me when it really gets out of hand, I turn off the lights. Now, I don't have a switch up here, so I'm hoping everyone will behave. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I salute all former school teachers, current and former, for the work that they do to improve the lives of all Canadians with their hard work. Thank you for meeting with them, sir.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that we peacefully look at all possible solutions. During the last Parliament, the Prime Minister made a commitment to UNDRIP. And in some cases, the government would like things to happen quickly. My question is this. Given this nation-to-nation relationship, is the Prime Minister willing to immediately consider adopting the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working on renewing our relationship with Indigenous communities based on respect and mutual cooperation and partnership. We were very disappointed that the Conservatives prevented the adoption of our legislation during the previous Parliament. We have made significant progress on Indigenous languages, childhood and family services, and impact assessment processes. We are committed to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we will be developing legislation. We see this as a minimum, not a maximum. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I think that even Conservatives can understand the concept of reconciliation. It's a necessary one. And it was part of the values expressed by the Liberals during 2 election campaigns. Unfortunately, currently, no one seems to believe in it, especially not the Indigenous communities. So rather than repeat principles over and over again, could we immediately, right now, move ahead with the adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? You can count on the Bloc Québécois support for that. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we promised all Canadians, we will move ahead with legislation on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we're hopeful that the Conservatives won't block the adoption of that legislation, nor will it block reconciliation. Now, with respect to what the member raised, we have taken concrete steps on reconciliation, whether it has to do with boil water advisories in several communities that have been lifted, childhood service and family services, and a new tax relationship with many communities, as well as many other things, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this crisis, there was a complete lack of leadership on the part of the Prime Minister. Hereditary chiefs had been asking for months for a meeting with the Prime Minister, but he refused. And we asked the same question here in the House. The Prime Minister said that it was not his responsibility to do that. This entire situation could have been avoided had the Prime Minister simply decided to meet with the hereditary chiefs. Now, in this House, will the Prime Minister commit to meet with the hereditary chiefs? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's very easy for opposition parties, whether it be the Conservatives or the NDP, to propose simplistic solutions. For weeks and for years, we have been working on complex issues. We've been looking for answers to complex situations, and that's why we have been committed to finding solutions with the hereditary chiefs to resolve issues such as childhood services. That's why British Columbia has been working on hereditary chiefs on ancestral titles, and we will continue to work on all these issues. And I'd like to underscore the fact that the Minister of Indigenous Services is willing to meet with these hereditary chiefs at any point in time. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
And the hereditary chiefs have asked the Prime Minister to meet with them. Yes, the Prime Minister should meet with those chiefs. It's pretty simple. Now, Indigenous leaders, business leaders have all asked that this Prime Minister meet with the hereditary chiefs. For some reason, the Prime Minister doesn't get it. Now, this whole crisis could have been avoided if over a month ago the Prime Minister just met with the hereditary chiefs when they asked for it. So I'm going to ask again, will the Prime Minister commit today in this House to meeting with the hereditary chiefs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a few days ago when I had the opportunity to talk with the leaders of the opposition about this situation, the member opposite brought up that exact question. I explained that there are many voices within the Wet'suwet'en community. Some hereditary chiefs, some elected chiefs, some leaders within the community as well, and the work that they need to do without outside interference to determine their path forward would be interfered with a Prime Minister sitting down with one group too quickly. I am, of course, open to engaging constructively, but in the right way, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, illegal blockades continue to hold this country hostage with no end in sight. By failing to lead, the Prime Minister has shown eco-radicals exactly how to delay, disrupt, and ultimately defeat major energy projects. Canadians are suffering. Over 1,500 people have lost their jobs, and hundreds of millions of dollars in damage has been done to this economy. Are the unelected, unaccountable radicals at the blockades in charge of this country, or is the Prime Minister?
I think we know the answer to that.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Conservatives are pitting Canadians against one another with their divisive language and their dangerous rhetoric. They're ignoring the complexities of the situation and exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community for their own narrow political gain. This is a party that had 10 years to act but failed, and now they're doubling down on those failed approaches. Our work has always focused on finding peaceful and lasting resolution in a way that builds trust and respect amongst all parties involved. The injunctions must be respected. The blockades must come down peacefully and stay down.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
On Monday, protesters erected a rail blockade in my riding of Abbotsford. For weeks, anti-energy activists have been grinding the Canadian economy to a halt. They've even defied court orders and flouted the rule of law. But we know what their real agenda is, because at Monday's blockade, protesters erected a sign that said, "Shut down Canada."
Shameful.
Why? Because this Prime Minister's feckless leadership has emboldened these radical activists. When will the Prime Minister finally stand up and uphold the rule of law?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are suffering, and the best way to stop that is to bring a solution that is quick, lasting, and peaceful. That's where all of our work has been focused. The Minister of Indigenous Services has been in close and regular contact with Indigenous leadership, as has the Minister of Indigenous Relations. We've engaged with party leaders and premiers, where the policing decisions are being made by police services independently, as is due course for the law, and injunctions must be obeyed. We've been clear that our hand is extended to meet at any time.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, it's day 21, and Canadians are fed up with the Prime Minister's nice words. Governing a country is a serious matter that requires making difficult decisions. Our economy has been taken hostage, and there's no plan to get us out of this crisis. Business owners all over the country are concerned. Losses are now in the billions of dollars, and many workers are out of work. Mr. Speaker, how long are we going to have to wait for this Prime Minister to show a minimum amount of responsibility and leadership? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, Canadians are suffering, and that's why we need to find a quick, peaceful, and especially lasting solution. But unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to play petty politics by pitting Canadians against each other and by ignoring the complexity of the situation and taking advantage of decisions within the Wet'suwet'en community. That's not how we move forward as a country, Mr. Speaker. We are going to continue to do the difficult but necessary work in order to make sure that we have a prosperous and positive future for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has displayed a lack of leadership in the matter of the rail blockades. Jean-Luc Laplante, a dairy producer in my riding, like many other producers, has been anxiously waiting for a soybean meal delivery, a source of protein that is critical for the survival of his herd. The situation is catastrophic. Trains aren't running, trucks take too long, it's very costly. What does the Prime Minister intend on doing to enforce the law and remove these blockades? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are proposing simplistic, aggressive solutions that don't work. They won't work for a lasting, peaceful solution. And that is why we are working to face these challenges, face them in a peaceful way. At the same time, we're making sure that essential commodities get through so that there aren't shortages in the country. We are working to help Canadians and to resolve these issues in a lasting and peaceful way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the withdrawal of Teck Resources' Frontier Oil Sands mine was a blow to First Nations and workers in my province. It's no coincidence that Teck's decision came within days of the Liberal government's decision. Teck could read the writing on the wall. Even former Liberal leader Michael Ignatieff recognizes that ignoring energy-producing provinces undermines democracy. It's time for the Prime Minister to come clean. Will he admit that killing Frontier is part of his plan to end the oil sands?
Good question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Speaker, Teck Frontier made a very clear statement that they support carbon pricing. They support a plan to fight climate change. They support climate action. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservative Party of Canada and its provincial affiliates continue to think that the way to move forward on jobs is to refuse to move forward on fighting climate change and protecting the environment. They are wrong, Mr. Speaker, and sticking in their wrongness is actually hurting Albertans and all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We are all impatient for them to wake up.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Teck Frontier is the latest victim of the PM's plans and policies to phase out the oil sands. The local Fort Mackay president says it's, quote, a black eye for Canada, and his words, what the hell is going on? But in 2018, the Bank of Canada already warned of no new energy investment after last year. Today, BMO warns chaos, instability, and uncertainty damages Canada as a place to do business, and a leading economist says Canada is, quote, hostile to oil and gas and to building major infrastructure. So why is the PM a puppet of anti-everything activists who want to shut down Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, global investors like Larry Fink at BlackRock and other significant international pension funds and investment funds have indicated that the way forward is to make responsible investments in jurisdictions that have plans to fight climate change and that have a plan to continue to protect the environment. Alberta and the Conservative Party of Canada continue to politically resist any action on climate change, and that, unfortunately, is why we need to keep moving forward to help Albertan workers, to help Canadians from coast to coast prepare for a better future.
Order. I want to remind the members of the loyal opposition that the noise is coming from one place, and it is very obvious, even to folks back home. So I just want to ask them to keep it down, please.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we have a more disciplined approach. The priority of this government must be the removal of the blockades and get the economy back on track, not with firearms. Now, there have been fears expressed that there are arms on some blockades, which is a rather dramatic development of the situation. Does the Prime Minister still think that having asked for police intervention was the solution to this? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I respect the professionalism and abilities of our police services to do their work. It's not up to politicians to direct or instruct police anywhere. Our responsibility is to continue to work to find a peaceful and lasting solution to this very troubling situation, and that's exactly what we're doing, while ensuring in different ways that essential commodities continue to move on our tracks to help Canadians throughout the country. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, politicians should have more responsibility than simply shoveling and offloading these responsibilities to other institutions. Now, it's possible to meet chiefs. I met some this morning. I'll be meeting others this afternoon, so it can be done. Will the Prime Minister consider requesting police services to withhold any action for 24 years? Number two, go to British Columbia, as the NDP leader also suggested, to meet the hereditary chiefs and appoint a mediator. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for almost 2 weeks, our ministers have been meeting various Indigenous leaders, and I myself have had many conversations with Indigenous leaders to help find a peaceful solution to this situation, and we will continue to engage in that way. At the same time, we're going to respect the work of our professional police services, and politicians should never instruct the police to do anything whatsoever. We have confidence in their system, and we believe in the division of powers that are an essential part of our democracy.
Mr. Speaker, the government failed to protect Marilyn Levesque from a murderer who had a history of violence against women. The parole board is reluctantly undertaking an internal investigation, but no one trusts them to investigate themselves. Canada's correctional investigator is calling for an independent investigation into this case to be certain that all facts are known and to make sure that this never happens again. Will this Prime Minister commit today to opening an independent investigation so that Canadians know that the government won't cut corners on protecting women?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. And we extend our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Marilyn Levesque. Tragic loss for any family to have to face. The individuals have been arrested, and facing charges. We know people have difficult questions to ask, and that is why Correctional Services Canada and the Parole Board are launching a board of investigation into the circumstances that led to this tragic case. And I will emphasize that review includes 2 external vice chairs. The findings, of course, will be made public.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yes, this is tragic, and that's why the family wants answers. That's why everyone wants answers. But yesterday, the correctional investigator said clearly that an internal investigation was problematic and that there had to be an independent investigation, an external one. Will the Prime Minister ask for an external investigation into the Parole Board and Correctional Services. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, obviously we extend our deepest condolences to the family of Marilyn Lévesque. This was a tragic loss and would be for any family facing this kind of situation. The individual was arrested and is facing charges. We know that people are asking difficult questions, and that is why Correctional Services Canada and the Parole Board have launched an investigation to examine the circumstances leading to this tragedy. This includes 2 external vice chairs, and the findings obviously will be made public. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, more than ever, Canadians are seeing that this government is being led, Canada is being led by a government that gives up. It's giving up its financial responsibility. It's giving up its responsibility to create jobs. Since the Liberals have been in power, the energy sector has been paying the price. 200,000 jobs lost in the energy sector. That's 200,000 families who have been affected by the bad decisions of this government. The Financial Post reported recently that $150 billion have been lost in investment, evaporated because of this government's inaction. Is the Prime Minister aware that his anti-energy policy is costing too much for Canadians? Mr. Speaker, over the past several years, we have seen Canadians create more than 1 million new jobs, and more than 1 million families have been lifted out of poverty. But we acknowledge that people in Alberta are facing difficult circumstances, and that's why we are investing in infrastructure. That's why we are helping them with innovation and find new solutions, and we will continue to work with them. Because in order to fight climate change, we need to have innovation. There needs to be leadership for Albertans and for all Canadians in order to find solutions for the future.
What we saw moments ago was disgusting. This Prime Minister specifically blamed, quote, Alberta. Not its government, not its leaders, but Alberta, for his government's refusal to approve the Tech Frontier mine, costing 7,000 jobs. Add that to the 200,000 people who have already lost their jobs. Add that to the $150 billion that has fled the Western economy as a result of his policies. History does indeed repeat itself, Mr. Speaker. Does he realize that when his father tried to cause a recession in Alberta, he caused one right across Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know the member opposite has respect for this House, for his long career in politics, and knows that he should not be misleading the House deliberately. It may have been an accident, so I will give him the opportunity to withdraw. He indicated that this government had refused the project. We had not. The Tech Frontier project was withdrawn by the company in question. I know he doesn't want to mislead this House deliberately. I give him an opportunity to correct the record and correct his statement.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, with no real plan to fight the climate crisis or create jobs, the Liberals are failing at both. A climate plan that leaves workers behind is no plan at all. And we can't attract businesses and jobs if this government isn't serious about climate change. We need investments in new infrastructure, renewable energy, public transit, and in helping people to retrofit their homes. There are lots of things that we can do to help fight the climate crisis. So why aren't the Liberals actually doing any of them?
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise in this House to explain what we have been doing. We have put a price on pollution right across the country. We have protected historic amounts of our land and coastlines. We're moving forward with a plan to phase out plastics. We're going to move forward, as we promised in our election campaign, with a plan for home retrofits. We're moving forward in a broad range of things that demonstrate that we understand that fighting climate change and protecting the environment needs to go hand in hand with creating good jobs and supporting families. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are doing. That is what we will continue to do.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, despite all of their emotional words, this government has failed to take any meaningful action to fight the discrimination that Indigenous people face in Canada's legal system. Yesterday, I met with Colton Boushie's family. They're still waiting for answers, and they're waiting for action. Will the Prime Minister support First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people and accept their call to invite the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights of Indigenous people to Canada so she can investigate the systemic racism in our justice system?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was honoured to sit down with family and friends of Colton Boushie last night to talk about exactly this and to remind them that we, too, continue to share their grief in the tragedy that their family underwent. We have committed to advancing reconciliation and addressing the systemic issues involving Indigenous peoples and within the criminal justice system. We abolished peremptory challenges for both the Crown and the defence, which gave each party the ability to veto a selected juror without having to give any reasons. This addresses long-standing concerns that racialized Canadians were being unfairly excluded in the jury selection process. We recognize there is more to do, and we will do it.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians face bullying daily, both in and out of schools. An increased amount of time is spent online, which means that people cannot escape harassment by simply walking away. This makes it even more important to stop the culture of bullying before it can spread. Could the Prime Minister update Canadians what our government is doing to combat bullying and harassment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend from Surrey Newton for his hard work and for his support for youth in his community. We're combating online hate, harassment, and other forms of discrimination to ensure that all Canadians, regardless of age, culture, gender, and sexual orientation, feel safe. We have an obligation to create diverse and welcoming communities so the young and the most vulnerable feel valued and included. So this Wednesday, I congratulate all colleagues who wore pink on Pink Shirt Day to continue to take a stand against bullying.
The member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Premier of Nunavut said he wouldn't support any new marine protected and conservation areas until the devolution deal can be reached. The Premier, the creation of any new conservation and protected areas in Nunavut would have significant impact on our ability to manage our lands and resources and carry out negotiations for decision-making leading to potentially very serious consequences. Will the Prime Minister listen to the Premier and the people of Nunavut and not close any further lands or any marine protected areas without a devolution agreement in place? Yes or no?
Well, Prime Minister.
Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank Premier Savik Atak for his hard work on advancing the cause both of protection of our vulnerable ecosystems in the north, but also creating economic opportunity for people of Nunavut and indeed people across the Arctic. This is an extremely important issue on which I have worked closely with the Premier on, with all Northern Premiers on. We will continue to work together to ensure economic opportunity and development that makes sense for the people of the north, while at the same time we protect and preserve these fragile Arctic ecosystems for future generations. This is the kind of partnership that we will continue to work on together.
The member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister ordered the Defence Minister to get moving on replacing our North Warning System as part of NORAD modernization, but he forgot to put it in the budget. Now, a senior Canadian military officer recently warned the North Warning System cannot identify and track Russian long-range bombers prior to their missile launch or their overflights of the Arctic. We cannot defeat what we cannot detect. Canada is at risk, and we have to replace our antiquated North Warning System now. Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, where's the money and where's the plan?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For 10 years, the Conservatives opposite underinvested in our defence, and that is why we were pleased to put forward over the past 5 years historic investments in upgrading defence capacity after 10 years of neglect by Conservatives who wrap themselves in the flag any chance they get, hide behind the troops any opportunity they could for photo ops, but wouldn't invest in our military. We will take no lessons from them on needing to invest in our military, because that's what we've been doing. That's what we will continue to do on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, money laundering allows organized crime to profit off despicable acts like human trafficking and selling fentanyl. The Attorney General from British Columbia has said, and I quote, "I've been incredibly disappointed with the response from the federal government," end quote. Shameful. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because the Liberals have done nothing. They promised $10 million, but zero has been spent. This is a crisis the Prime Minister has ignored for almost 5 years. What is he going to do today to ensure the country's financial system is secure?
Amen.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Past years, we have invested close to $1 billion in strengthening our capacity to go after tax evasion and tax avoidance, and we have moved forward on working with the province of British Columbia on money laundering. We will continue to work, particularly Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, who is working closely with his counterparts to ensure that we are cracking down on money laundering and the illegal activities that flow from it. This is something that we take seriously and Canadians take seriously, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, today in Truro, Nova Scotia, a memorial service was held for 23-year-old Chantal Lindsay. Last week, Chantal passed away due to complications with cystic fibrosis. Of course, our condolences go out to her family. Trikafta is a drug that treats CF and is available in the U.S. but is not available here in Canada. It could have saved Chantal's life. Chantal's father, Mark, said the government's chess game with the pharmaceutical industry cost Chantal's life. My question to the Prime Minister is, what is he going to do to make sure that Trikafta and other life-saving drugs are available to Canadians who need it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We need to make sure that life-saving drugs are available and affordable to Canadians right across the country, which is why we've committed to moving forward on universal pharmacare, but also why we continue to work with provinces to ensure that more drugs are approved. We also recognize the high cost of rare disease strategy drugs, which is why we're moving forward with a way to support the provinces in those high-cost drugs. We know there is always much more to do. Our heart goes out to the family, and we'll continue to work to make sure that all Canadians have access to the life-saving medication they need.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, CP got an injunction against the rail blockade at Ganawake. So the peacekeepers are the ones who have the jurisdiction to apply the injunction, but they've refused to do so. The Prime Minister wants Quebec to deal with the matter, but the SQ doesn't want to get involved. That's clear. So what are we to do? The people of Ganawake have put up a barrier to protest something happening in BC. So the solution should come from BC. The government of Quebec cannot intervene in British Columbia. So the question is, will the Prime Minister finally fix the problem where it started, namely in BC? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. As the member knows well, for a week and a half, we've been working to solve this crisis by working with people in British Columbia, by working with people in Mohawk communities, by working with people across the country. We are negotiating to find a peaceful solution, but in the meantime, we know that these barriers must come down, that injunctions must be respected. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, what happened since police descended on the barricade in Belleville? Well, new barricades have popped up elsewhere. In Kanesatake, Lennoxville, Gaspésie on the North Shore. And in Kanesatake, they've reinforced the barricade. We have to fix the problem where it started. And unfortunately, only the Prime Minister of Canada can do that. I always thought the Prime Minister lived in the land of unicorns, but today I realize he's living with his head in the sand. So, on behalf of Quebecers and on behalf of my constituents, when will he finally do something and fix the problem? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. On both sides of the chamber, we respect provincial jurisdiction. We respect the authority and the responsibility of British Columbia with regard to this challenge. We are very pleased to help, to support. I do not believe that the member opposite is asking the federal government to assume responsibilities which fall under provincial jurisdiction. That would be illogical on his part, but we're always going to be there to support, to help, and to work with our partners to find a peaceful solution and a sustainable one as well.
Mr. Speaker, there is a dire situation across the prairies. I met with farmers in Saskatchewan who are facing an urgent cash flow crisis. Actions by China blocking canola exports, and of course the Liberal carbon tax is putting a squeeze on their bottom line. But early snowfalls prevented the harvest from being completely taken off, and as a result, loans are due in a short period of time, and farmers don't have the cash flow to plant this season's crops. So is the Prime Minister willing to consider extending the Advance Payments Program deadline, waive interest on its loans, and look for other types of solutions that will ensure that farmers have what they need to get a crop in the ground this spring?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We recognize that the 2019 wet harvest has been a challenging year for farmers and producers. We recognize that there are many challenges that they are facing right now, and that is why we're continuing to work with provinces, with the prairie provinces in particular, to look at solutions that are going to help farmers that we rely on right across this country to put good, healthy food on our tables. We will ensure that they are supported, that their hard work is rewarded, and that they are reassured that there is a strong future in this country for our hard-working farm communities.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Do you even have a clue what farmers do, Mr. Speaker? Many farmers in Lambton, Kent, and Middlesex counties and across this country didn't get their crops harvested. Due to the late spring and a wet fall. Now they can't pay back their advance payments due next month because their main asset is still in the ground covered in snow. As much as they would like to, farmers can't control the weather, but they are majorly affected by it. Does the Prime Minister have a plan to help farmers get through the coming planting season?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the difficult moments that farmers have been living, particularly this past year, that has been particularly wet and difficult. That is why we have a Minister of Agriculture who is engaged regularly and with positive engagement with her counterparts across the country. We will continue to look at all sorts of ways to support farmers in the important work they do for our country. We will be there for them as we have in the past.
Good. I just want to remind the honourable members, I'm sorry I missed that, but to channel their questions through the Speaker and not ask the Speaker what he believes. The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, farmers in my riding and across this country endured the harvest from hell. And then they had the carbon tax, the CN rail strike, and trade issues. Those producers who were able to get their crop off are now facing illegal blockades, preventing them from even selling those commodities, putting them in a serious cash crunch this spring. And now their advance payments are due, and they have no way of paying them back. They don't need platitudes. They need answers. Will the Prime Minister commit today to extend the deadline on those loan prepayments and waive the interest under the advance payment program?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We know that Canada's agricultural and agri-food industry is a key driver of jobs, economic prosperity, and growth for the middle class. We know that severe weather, from drought to flooding and other risks beyond farmers' control, can have serious impacts on their businesses. Our government stands shoulder to shoulder with Canadian producers. We are monitoring the situation. We're working to ensure that they have the support they need.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, last February 14th, our government announced an investment of $600,000 in Montrec, a company in Sherbrooke which manufactures industrial electric vehicles made of steel. We did so to support this company's growth and production capacity, and thanks to this investment, Montrec is now well positioned to expand abroad. Can the Prime Minister tell us more about this investment? The Right Honourable, the Prime Minister. Thank you to my colleague for Pierrefonds-Dollard for his question and for his hard work. We know that companies working in the sectors of aluminum and steel are important players, and they play an important role in our supply chains. They provide good jobs to thousands of Canadians. Our government is proud to have given this company the tools it needs to develop innovative technologies and processes. Canadian companies which innovate and are looking for new markets can count on our support.
Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister yet realize that Iran's foreign minister, to whom he smilingly offered a handshake, a buddy hug, and a bow, is not only the deceitful chief propagandist for Iran's democracy-crushing, terror-sponsoring regime, but is himself linked to recent gross human rights abuse in the deadly crackdown on civilian protests against the theocratic regime, not to mention his direct participation in the 1988 massacre of political rivals and dissidents. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister apologize to Canada's Persian community?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I made a promise to Canada's Iranian community to do everything we could to find answers to the questions they had about how their loved ones were taken from them and how they will be ensured to get compensation for it. And that is exactly what I expressed to the Iranian foreign minister. We need to be part of an international investigation that is credible and serious. We will continue to stand up for Canadians' rights, whether they be Iranian Canadians or otherwise. We will continue to defend them and stand with them through this difficult time, Mr. Speaker. We will not play petty politics the way the members opposite choose to.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Iranian regime has found a new way to persecute members of the Baha'i faith by requiring Iranians to declare their religion on their national ID cards, but only providing 4 options. No other religions are allowed, including Baha'i, the largest minority religion in Iran. Without one of these cards, Iranians cannot access government services, book a flight, or even purchase a car. Will the government call on the Iranian regime to end this and all other discriminations against the Baha'i faith?
That consistently stands up for human rights and the rights of minorities right across the country, right around the world, which is exactly what we will continue to do. I will highlight, however, that it has become more difficult for Canada to stand up for Iranian citizens who are facing persecution since that government closed the embassy in Tehran. We're going to continue to work to...
I want to remind the honourable members that the rules of the House, order. I want to remind the honourable members that the rules of the House state that when someone is speaking, we sit and listen respectfully, and respectfully being the key word. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for highlighting that it is indeed Anti-Bullying Day, and that's why so many of us are wearing pink. But I will continue to say that we will look to stand up for human rights at home and around the world at every opportunity, including holding the Iranian regime and its violation of human rights to account.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the Prime Minister would talk about wanting to reopen the embassy in Iran when he actually personally voted in favor of my motion not to do that a couple years ago. But in June, the House of Commons unanimously also passed a motion calling for an international independent investigation into allegation of genocide against Tamils in Sri Lanka. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister what steps, if any, his government has taken to advocate for that investigation, and will Canada join the U.S. in applying sanctions to Sri Lankan Army Chief Shivendra Silva?
Good question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our positions are consistent. We stand up for human rights everywhere around the world, whether it be in Sri Lanka or in Iran. Indeed, as asking about Iran, that is why Canada led a resolution at the United Nations in November 2019 calling on Iran to comply with its international human rights obligations. We deeply oppose Iran's support for terrorist organizations, its threats towards Israel, its ballistic missile program, and its support for the murderous Assad regime. We will continue to defend human rights and hold Iran to account for its actions, as well as we do all around the world, including in Sri Lanka.
Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we know that anti-personnel mines are senseless weapons that continue to claim too many innocent lives and seriously injure people who will forever bear their scars. In fact, it was a Canadian initiative that led to the establishment of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention in 1997. could the Prime Minister update this House on the steps Canada is taking to achieve a world free of anti-personnel mines?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for York Centre for his advocacy on this file and for his tremendously hard work. We are firmly committed to advancing the objectives of the Ottawa Convention and achieving a world free of anti-personnel mines by 2025. Canada has invested $180 million over the past decade to achieve this goal. Since its signing 20 years ago, 53 million mines have been destroyed and 30 countries have been declared free of mines. This is exactly the kind of leadership that Canada is demonstrating to the world.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Well over a year ago, the Prime Minister committed in this House to work with us to reach the UN targets that would lead to the eradication of HIV. Instead, new infections are up 11%, 19% in Saskatchewan. Nothing has been done to make HIV testing and treatment more available. Not for racialized and marginalized Canadians, not for young gay men, and especially not in Indigenous communities where the rate of new infections continues to climb. Why has the Prime Minister failed to get the things done that we need to eradicate HIV in this country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the impact of HIV/AIDS on Canadians from coast to coast to coast and indeed around the world, which is one of the reasons we hosted the Global Fund replenishment a number of years ago to ensure $13 billion towards the eradication of HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria in Africa. But we recognize there is much to do in Canada as well, and we have. Investing in supports for communities, investing in grassroots organizations, investing in health approaches that are showing reduction in the rates of HIV, even though we recognize it continues to be a challenge, and we will work together and continue to, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the questions for today. C'est tout pour aujourd'hui.
That's all for today.
Come to the points of order in a few moments, if it's okay. We'll just go through a couple of housekeeping. I would like to draw the attention of members, the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Dustin Duncan, Minister of the Environment and Minister responsible for Sask Power and the province of Saskatchewan. Today, Parliament marks the 100th anniversary of the first sitting in Centre Block on February 26, 1920, following the Great Fire which ravaged most of the original Centre Block. During the rebuild, the House of Commons sat in the Victoria Memorial Museum, now the Canadian Museum of Nature. We too sit in a temporary chamber as Centre Block goes under rehabilitation. It is a reminder that history is always in the making and that democracy will always have a home on Parliament Hill, regardless of the roof under which we debate. À titre de président, c'est un privilège.
As Speaker, it is a privilege for me to serve members and to ensure that debates and other business of the House and Parliament go smoothly. Even though this place is temporary for us, that is not the case for the events which take place in it. I know that my colleagues will join me in thanking the clerks and House administration, whose work will benefit future generations who will be able to look back on the work and debates which the clerks and administration are preserving with care. Several copies of Hansard, dating back to February 26, 1920, will be placed in MPs' lobbies so that members can take a look at the deliberations which took place on that day. Thank you very much.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday of this week, in response to an answer from the Minister of Environment, I used a term which is quite popular in the oil patch in Alberta, and I believe was about 100% correct of the Minister's answer, but on reflection realized that it was unparliamentary language, Mr. Speaker. But you know, some 200,000 Albertans are unemployed because of the bad policies of this.
I'll cut the apology off there while the member is ahead, and I'll accept the apology. Thank you. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island had a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, and of course I don't need to remind the Speaker that I know that a prop is not acceptable in Parliament, but there is an exception when the piece of paper you're holding up has to do with the point you're making. I just wanted to remind members, they may have seen this book. They may have seen this book, the standing order.
I believe the rule states that we can use a book when we're referring to it or reading from it, but holding it up cover out is not allowed because then it's using it as a prop. I just want to clarify that. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My intent, of course, is to open it and read from it. I just thought it might be helpful for members to know we have a thing called standing orders in a chapter heading that's called decorum. And since there are educators in the room, I'm going to attempt to be an educator briefly and state clearly that 2 different standing orders were repeatedly violated.
I believe we're going into debate. I'll have to stop it there. It being 3:20, conformément à l'ordre.
We'll, pursuant to an order.
One moment, please. After consultation with my trusted advisor, I'll let the honourable member finish, but very briefly, very briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate a second chance. I've raised this point of order repeatedly, and that's why members groan when I rise. But the point is, Standing Order 16 and Standing Order 18 make it clear that interrupting someone when they're speaking in this place or speaking disrespectfully of another member violates our rules. I know the Conservative Party believes in observing the rules, and I would really urge that we not embarrass ourselves in front of the nation's educators.
I also want to I also want to remind the honourable members that we're not to refer to anyone in the tribunes. The honourable member for Malpeck has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that in 2000, the Harper Conservatives completely gutted the farm safety net programs, and for Conservative
debate, if I ever heard it. Okay, we're going to go to the question here. It being 3:23 p.m. Order. No, I've already started the question. It being 3:23 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 25th, 20 House, the House will now proceed to taking the deferred recorded division on the motion, Mr. Julian, related to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Singh, moved that the House call on the government to change its proposed tax cuts by targeting benefits to those who earn less than $90,000 per year and use those savings to invest in priorities that give real help to Canadians, including dental coverage for uninsured families making less than $90,000 per year.
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan. Monsieur Boulris. Monsieur Boulris. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Ms. Kakak. Ms. Kakak. Mr. Duval. Mr. Duval. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Cannings. Ms. McPherson. Ms. McPherson. Mr. McGregor. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns. Mr. Green. Mr. Green. Ms. Gazan. Ms. Gazan. Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Blakey. Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Mr. Manley. Mr. Manley. Mrs. Atwin. Mrs. Atwin.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Lametti. Monsieur Lametti. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Monsieur Miller. Mr. Miller. Ms. Traeger. Ms. Traeger. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Mrs. Schultz. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Tansey. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Ms. Scrow. Ms. Scrow. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Ms. Anand. Mr. Anand. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Mr. Guilbeault. Mr. Guilbeault. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ing. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Mendocino. Madame Leboutillier. Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibot. Madame Bibot. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Area. Mr. Area. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bertina. Ms. Vandenbeld. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Ms. Petitpas Taylor. Ms. Petitpas Taylor. Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Madame Bendayan. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Mr. Moth. Mr. Moth. Mr. Ananda Sangri. Mr. Ananda Sangri. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Cormier. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Monsieur El Khoury. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. Lauzon. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Fraser. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Vancouverden. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Spengeman. Monsieur Yacono. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Robillard. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Ms. Sahota Brampton North. Ms. Sahota Brampton North. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Madame Martinez Ferrada. Madame Martinez Ferrada. Madame Brière. Madame Brière. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Kuzmerchik. Mr. Kuzmerchik. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Serri. Mr. Serri. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Ms. Cedar Brampton South. Ms. Cedar Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Secan. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tabera. Mrs. Zaid. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Madame Lambropoulos. Madame Lambropoulos. Ms. Yip. Ms. Yip. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker. Madame Bessette. Madame Bessette. Mr. Blois. Mr. Blois. Ms. Jazik. Ms. Jazik. Sorry, back to Mr. Dong. Mr. Dong. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway. Madame Koutakis. Madame Koutakis. Madame Lalonde. Madame Lalonde. Ms. Latanzio. Madame Latanzio. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Pulowski. Mr. Pulowski. Mr. Cedar Brampton East. Mr. Cedar Brampton East. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Weiler. Mr. Weiler. Ms. Zan. Zan. Mr. Zuberi. Mr. Zuberi. Mr. Shear. Mr. Shear. Ms. Finley, Holloman, Norfolk. Ms. Finley, Holloman, Norfolk. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Monsieur Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Poliev. Mr. Poliev. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Rempel Garner. Mr. Rempel Garner. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lake. Mr. Motz. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Lew. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Workington. Mr. Nader. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Upal. Mr. Hobach. Mrs. Kuzi. Ms. Finley, South Surrey White Rock. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Reid. Mr. Cumming. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Sweet. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Broussard. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Richards. Ms. Harder. Ms. Dancho. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Aboultaye. Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster. Monsieur D'Entremont. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Allison. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Fast. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Laub. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. McGuire. Ms. Rood. Mr. Helland. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Chu. Mrs. Wagenthal. Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Diot. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Weber. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Bragdon. Ms. Shin. Mrs. Jansen. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Currick. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Mazer. Mr. McLean. Mr. Malello. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Redicott. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Viss. Monsieur Blanchet. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Barcelot-Duval. Madame Gill. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Madame Posé. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Vignola. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Boudria. Madame Chabot. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Bérubé. Madame Charbonneau. Monsieur Désilé. Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Yeas pour 27, 27. Nays contre 294, 294.
I declare the motion defeated. Je déclare la motion
I declare the motion defeated.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 8 minutes. Very good. Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Section 79(2) of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2019 B 20. The Honourable President, Honourable Président du Conseil.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour and pleasure to table in both official languages and on behalf of 87 departments and agencies the departmental results reports for 2018-19.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the delegation of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting its participation at the 141st IPU Assembly and related meetings held in Belgrade, Serbia from October 11th to 17th, 2019.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the report of the Canadian section of Parlaméricas on the 16th Plenary Assembly and 49th meeting of the Board of Directors of Parlaméricas held in Asunción, Paraguay, from October 30 to November 1st, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting reports from committees.
For Brampton's North.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs entitled Review of Standing Orders, Procedure and Practice of the House.
Introduction of Private Members Bill. Mr. Bragdon, seconded by Mr. Moore, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Federal Framework to Reduce Recidivism. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Merci, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise in the House today on behalf of the people and organizations that I have deliberated with to introduce a bill that will improve the lives of thousands of Canadians. My bill will aim to shut the revolving door that plagues our prison system. Thousands of lives in hundreds of communities across Canada are negatively impacted by the revolving door within the prison system. Nearly 1 in 4 people leaving the prison system will reoffend and find themselves back in prison within 2 years. That number is higher for Indigenous and Black Canadians. An act to establish a federal framework is about calling on the Minister of Public Safety to establish effective partnerships across multiple sectors to develop a through-the-gate support structure. I believe that the establishment of effective partnerships with provinces, Indigenous groups, NGOs, nonprofits, faith-based, and community organizations is the crucible and center for lasting societal change. This approach has been successful in reducing recidivism in other countries such as the UK and in the United States and other jurisdictions. As the former and first Lieutenant Governor of Indigenous and Maliseet descent and retired provincial court judge, the Honourable Graydon Nicholas has said in support of this bill is a step towards helping those who are the walking wounded in our society. It is time for a creative initiative to tackle the devastating and persistent harms that are both the cause and the effects of recidivism. I hope the members from all parties recognize the importance of this bill and that we will begin working together to ensure people leaving the prison system become contributing members of our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bragdon, seconded by Mr. Moore, moves that the bill be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Cummings, seconded by Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Repeal Certain Restrictions on Shipping. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre. Oh, I'm sorry. Edmonton West.
Edmonton Centre.
Oh, sorry. Very good. I'm sorry. Good.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour for me to rise in this House to introduce my private member's bill today, an act to repeal certain restrictions on shipping. I want to acknowledge my luck drawing 6 in the lottery for the consideration of private members' business, and I want to put that luck for good use through this bill. I also want to thank my member from Edmonton West for seconding the motion to introduce the bill today. I also want to thank my constituents for their suggestions and input on possible topics for this bill. I want to recognize that today is my son's 34th birthday. He has had to overcome many challenges in his life, but never did I think he would be faced with a government that would limit his opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the topic of this bill is to right a wrong that happened before I was elected, namely the passing of former Bill C-48 in the previous Parliament by the Liberal majority in this chamber. This discriminatory bill has stalled economic development for a part of our country which desperately needs it, and it has contributed to the rise in unemployment in my home province of Alberta. Investors need to understand they have access to markets. Alberta should have the right to access just like every other industry. If the Liberals are serious about listening to Alberta, I hope they will support this important bill. To wrap up, I look forward to the debate on this bill in the coming weeks and see the updated thoughts from my colleagues on both sides of the aisles on this very important issue for all of Canada.
Mr. Cummings, seconded by Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Zahn, seconded by Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Strategy to Redress Environmental Racism. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Walal Al Susid. An act respecting the development of a national strategy to redress environmental racism could also be called, in short, a National Strategy to Redress Environmental Racism Act. Environmental racism can be defined as the disproportionate number of environmentally hazardous sites established in areas inhabited primarily by members of Indigenous and other racialized communities. The enactment requires the Minister of the Environment, in consultation with representatives of provincial and municipal governments, Indigenous communities, and other affected communities, in order to develop a national strategy to promote efforts across Canada to redress the harm caused by environmental racism. It also provides for reporting requirements in relation to the strategy. And, Mr. Speaker, I did introduce a bill similar to this in Nova Scotia several years ago. It reached a second reading, and we debated it on the floor of the House. And at that point, people in Nova Scotia started to understand what exactly environmental racism is. Since then, there's been a book about it called There's Something in the Water by Dr. Ingrid Waldron. And there is now a movie by Ellen Page, a documentary, which will soon be seen on Netflix. So I look forward to hearing debate in the House, and I would hope that all parties will support this important bill going forward. Thank you.
Mrs. Zahn, seconded by Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act investments. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Cowich, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased and honoured to rise in the House today and introduce my private member's bill, which will amend the investment policies, standards and procedures of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board to ensure that no CPP funds are invested in any entity that has performed acts or carried out work contrary to ethical business practices or has committed human, labour or environmental rights violations. The Canada Pension Plan Investment Board manages over $400 billion in assets and is mandated to invest in the best interests of CPP contributors and beneficiaries by maximizing returns without undue risk of loss. It is important to note that my bill will not change this mandate. Despite its adherence to a policy on responsible investing, the CPPIB has billions of dollars of investments in companies contributing to climate change, environmental degradation, and has previously invested in companies implicated in human and labour rights abuses. The Canada Pension Plan is an important part of our retirement system, but Canadians expect that its investments are not contributing to human misery around the world. By amending Section 35 of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act to specify ethical business practices and human, labour and environmental rights considerations, this bill does just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Gazin, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Climate Emergency Action Framework. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to rise to present my bill, the Climate Emergency Action Act. This bill recognizes the right of Canadians to a safe, clean, healthy environment as a human right. As we are witnessing around the country, individuals, especially young people, are concerned about the climate emergency. I share their concerns and I honor their understandings that this cannot be achieved without the recognition and respect of the fundamental human rights of Indigenous peoples as affirmed in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. There is no reconciliation in the absence of justice. We must move forward in this country with a Green New Deal that supports the human rights of all peoples while investing in a green economy that brings workers along. This bill provides a clear path forward by calling on the Government of Canada to take all measures necessary to address the climate emergency. We have no more time to waste. I look forward to working with other members of the House to push this bill forward. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gazan, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mrs. Wagenthal, seconded by Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Selective Abortion. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, we value human rights and equality. At home and around the world, we are known for our voice in championing equality between men and women, between girls and boys. We as legislators in the House of Commons have the responsibility to act on behalf of Canadians on an issue that's widely condemned and flies in the face of equality between the sexes. I'm pleased to introduce my private member's bill, the Sex Selection Abortion Act, and thank the member for Battleford's Lloydminster for seconding this bill. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that the majority of Canadians agree with having access to abortion. It is also true that 84% of Canadians stand against sex selection abortion, and I look forward to debate in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. Wagenthal, seconded by Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
It will be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. Mr. Hoback, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moves that for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Home Security Measures. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm truly honored today to rise and introduce this bill. But before I do, I would like to thank the many residents in my constituency who have reached out to me and provided input on this very important matter. I would also like to thank the member from Red Deer, Lacombe, for his guidance and leadership and seconding this motion. And I'd also like to thank the support of the Conservative caucus in moving this file forward. Like many constituents in rural Canada, Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Prince Albert is being ravaged by increasing crime rates. During the last Parliament, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security recognized that crime in rural areas is a growing concern and that rural crime rates in both Eastern and Western Canada are increasing. Mr. Speaker, the bill I'm introducing today would create a non-refundable tax credit for home security measures. It will also assist rural residents in purchasing the home security they need to protect themselves, their families, and their property. It is not a complete solution, Mr. Speaker. It is, however, a step in the right direction, a step that individual legislators can take together to begin addressing this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Mr. Hoback, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Erskine Smith, seconded by Ms. Zerowitz, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of Canadians have died because of the opioid crisis. For the first time in 40 years, according to StatsCan, our life expectancy has stalled, and StatsCan attributes that to the opioid crisis. It's a public health crisis, a national public health crisis. This bill deletes the possession offense completely from the CDSA, not trafficking, not producing, but the people who need our help. We should treat patients as patients and not as criminals, and the bill's focus is fundamentally to end stigma. Canada's public health efforts highlight the importance of ending the stigma that surrounds people who use drugs. But of course, Mr. Speaker, the criminal sanction is the primary stigma in our society. Decriminalization in other countries has increased the number of people seeking treatment by 60%, and it's supported here in Canada by the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Canadian Public Health Association, and public health experts across our country. Mr. Speaker, this bill, if passed, would save lives.
Good job.
Mr. Erskine Smith, seconded by Ms. Zerowitz, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Erskine Smith, seconded by Ms. Zerowitz, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Evidence-Based Diversion Measures. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, we need to treat drug use as a health issue in the context of the opioid crisis if we want to save lives. I won't shy away from advocating for decriminalization, but I'm aware early on in Parliament I have this opportunity to introduce a bill that will be debated and voted on, and in the context of the opioid crisis that is taking so many lives, I want to make sure that a measure is passed, becomes law, improves our laws, and will help Canadians in need. To that end, while this bill won't decriminalize drugs, it will ensure that there is an evidence-based diversion framework, a principles-based framework built on public health principles in our national drug strategy and principles embraced and adopted at the United Nations and the World Health Organization. It's also built on the successful model of the Youth Criminal Justice Act here at home. It requires police and prosecutors to ensure before they move forward with charges that they consider whether it's sufficient to give a warning or to refer an individual in need to a public health agency and provider. Again, the evidence from the Youth Criminal Justice Act is clear. We will alleviate unfairness in the criminal justice system. We will help people in need. We will, Mr. Speaker, save lives.
Great job.
Mr. Erskine-Smith, seconded by Ms. Zerowitz, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to present 3 petitions today. The first is in support of Bill S-204. It's a bill in the Senate that would make it a criminal offense for someone to go abroad to receive an organ for which there had not been consent. It also creates provision for someone to be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they are involved in this horrific practice of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Similar bills were passed unanimously in the House and the Senate, but unfortunately not in identical form, and thus the bill was not actually passed. Petitioners no doubt expect that this same concept, Bill S-204, will get through in this 43rd Parliament, that we will be the Parliament that gets it done. The second petition highlights the persecution of the Sikh and Hindu minority in Afghanistan. This is a small, very vulnerable community. Numbers have declined significantly in recent years. It calls on the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan be privately sponsored to Canada. It also calls on the Minister of Foreign Affairs to highlight this issue with his Afghan counterpart. The third petition highlights specifically the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China, and it calls on the Government of Canada to respond to these events. It notes that that one of the ways in which Falun Gong practitioners are persecuted is through organ harvesting and trafficking. Organ harvesting referred to in the first petition on Bill S-204, but this petition asks us to, in a comprehensive way, respond to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners and call on the government of China to respect fundamental human rights. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got a petition here on behalf of constituents that are concerned for the Uyghur population within China and their marginalization. There's 5 requests within the petition that they call for, and I would like to present this on their behalf. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The petitioners call on the House of Commons to recognize that violence against women remains a critical problem in Canada and disproportionately impacts Indigenous women. Also, striving for pay equity, equal participation for women in leadership roles must be political priorities for all members of Parliament, and that shifting cultural attitudes towards women and gender minorities in our society requires structural changes to education and socialization. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This petition calls upon the Minister of Veteran Affairs to remove any statutory limits on back pay eligibility for the disability allowance and work with individual veterans to achieve just and due compensations for disability allowance in a timely manner. Thank you.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. So the Honourable Minister of Justice. Oh, sorry. Orders of the day. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The clerk's going to rise.
Well, I'm sorry.
Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, second reading of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Hajo, moves that Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Je suis heureux de prendre la parole aujourd'hui.
I am pleased to speak today to the matter of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Its Superior Court of Quebec's Truchon decision, as well as some other changes to the Criminal Code provisions that set out Canada's medical assistance in dying regime. In June 2016, former Bill C-14 amended the Criminal Code to create Canada's first law on medical assistance in dying, or MAID in English. The legislation created exemptions to Criminal Code offences so that individuals suffering unbearably and nearing the end of their lives could die peacefully, and with the help of a physician or nurse practitioner, rather than in agony or in circumstances that they consider undignified. This significant change in our criminal law was indicative of the value that Canadians ascribe to having choices, including about the manner and timing of their deaths when suffering in the dying process is intolerable. The most recent data obtained by the federal MAID monitoring regime, Madam Speaker, indicates that over 13,000 Canadians have received MAID since it has become decriminalized.
We are now proposing an important new change. In the Truchon and Gladue case, Quebec's Superior Court ruled that it was unconstitutional, to limit access to medical assistance in dying to those whose death was naturally foreseeable. We've decided not to appeal that because we wish to reduce the suffering of those who are waiting for medical assistance in dying. By announcing our decision to not appeal this decision, our government has committed to changing eligibility criteria for medical assistance in dying throughout Canada to ensure that criminal law remains consistent throughout the entire country. Implementing the court's decision, which does not apply only in Quebec, was suspended for 6 months up until March 12th. Given the importance of these issues, and to ensure consistency in law throughout the country, we've requested a 4-month extension from the court in order to give Parliament time to undertake a study and have a fulsome debate on the proposed changes. A hearing was held yesterday on this very matter. By developing this bill, it was absolutely essential for us to consult Canadians on the next phase of medical assistance in dying. That is why our government launched on January 13th, 2020, a 2-week public consultation, which led to unprecedented participation, collecting 300,000 responses. This participation illustrates the importance that Canadians grant to this issue.
Together with the Minister of Health, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion, and our parliamentary secretaries, we held 10 roundtable discussions across the country between January 13th and February 3rd. This included roundtables in Halifax, Quebec City, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, Winnipeg, Calgary, and Vancouver. We met over 125 individuals, including doctors, nurse practitioners, legal experts, members of the disability community, Indigenous peoples, and representatives of health regulatory bodies and civil organizations. We are grateful to all who participated in the roundtables. Their shared expertise and experience was of immense value in developing this bill, and I have no doubt that many will continue to engage in the parliamentary process as witnesses before committees. The results of this consultation process will be published shortly in a What We Heard report. We heard views on many different topics, but I would like to mention just a few. From the public online consultations, we heard that while the majority of respondents think the current safeguards are adequate to prevent abuse in a MAID regime, that is expanded to persons who are not dying in the near term, a majority of respondents also thought it would be important to require additional safeguards in such a broader regime. Many roundtable participants suggested 2 separate sets of safeguards in an expanded regime, while others shared their experiences with existing safeguards as they apply to those who are near the end of their lives. Specifically, many felt that the requirement that there be 2 witnesses to a person's written request for MAID was too onerous and afforded little protection, and that the 10-day reflection period unnecessarily prolonged suffering. Informed by these in-depth consultations, and by the Canadian experience with medical assistance in dying to date, along with many other sources of information, Bill C7 proposes to respond to the Truchon decision by adjusting both eligibility requirements and safeguards. It also proposes to enable patients in certain circumstances to waive the requirement for final consent so that they do not lose their access to MAID. We know that there are other issues about which many Canadians still feel strongly, but which are not subject to the Superior Court of Quebec's deadline, such as eligibility in cases where mental illness is the sole underlying condition, advanced requests, and mature minors. These, Madam Speaker, will be examined in the course of the upcoming parliamentary review. Before describing the proposed amendments, I would like to address concerns we heard from many in the disability community following the Truchon decision and during our consultations. Disability groups were very clear that, for them, removing the end-of-life limit on MAID would create a law that holds disability out as a valid reason for ending a life and reinforces the false perception that disability is equivalent to a life of suffering. Our government is sensitive to these concerns. We strongly support the equality of all Canadians, no matter their situation, and we categorically reject the idea that living with a disability is a fate worse than death. But we are also mindful of the need to balance these concerns, along with others that have been expressed, with other important interests and societal values, and in particular, the importance of individual choice. The bill's objectives are therefore to recognize the autonomy of individuals to choose MAID as a means of relieving intolerable suffering, regardless of their proximity to natural death, while at the same time protecting vulnerable persons, recognizing that suicide is an important public health issue, and affirming the inherent and equal value of every person's life. More concretely, Bill C7 proposes to expand eligibility for medical assistance in dying beyond the end-of-life context by repealing the eligibility criterion requiring that natural death be reasonably foreseeable. Recognizing that intolerable suffering also arises outside of the end-of-life context and that Canadians want to have choices, medical assistance in dying would become available to all those who are intolerably suffering, who have a serious and incurable illness, disease, or disability, and who are in an advanced state of irreversible decline in capability, without regard to whether they are dying in the short term. Pour l'instant, le projet de loi
Right now, the bill proposes that medical assistance in dying would not be granted when mental illness is the sole underlying medical condition. First of all, we are bound by a court's deadline, and this matter requires in-depth review. We have learned that the trajectory of a mental illness is more difficult to predict than that of most physical illnesses. That means that there is more risk in providing medical assistance in dying to persons whose condition could improve. Assessments of the capacity to consent are more difficult to conduct among those who have a mental illness. And for some mental illness, the desire to die is in and of itself a symptom of the illness, which makes it particularly difficult to determine if the request from that person is a true expression of their will. Like the Government of Quebec, we are of the opinion that consultations must continue, as well as discussions, and work to develop policies on the issue of mental illness as the sole underlying condition. Parliamentary review, which will start in June 2020, represents an appropriate forum to review these matters without the constraints linked to the court's imposed deadline.
I'd now like to turn my remarks to the question of safeguards. Many experts believe there are greater risks in assessing requests for MAID from a person who is not nearing the end of their life. We agree. While they would have a choice to seek MAID, the bill proposes that their requests be treated with greater sensitivity and care. Accordingly, The bill proposes two streams, or two sets of safeguards. To distinguish these cases, the bill proposes to use the concept of reasonably foreseeable natural death. Let me be clear on this point. Not having a reasonably foreseeable death would no longer be grounds for rejecting a MAID request. However, it would be used to determine which of the two sets of safeguards are required in a given case. As enacted by Parliament in 2016, reasonable foreseeability of natural death means to refer to a death that is expected in the relatively near term. It means that in light of all the person's medical circumstances, their death is expected over a relatively short period of time. A person's natural death is not reasonably foreseeable just because they are diagnosed with a condition that will eventually cause their death many years or decades into the future. In practice, we know that practitioners are more comfortable prognosticating when death is expected on shorter time frames. The standard of reasonably foreseeable natural death provides this flexibility in a way that maximum fixed prognosis would not. The standard also has the advantage of being language that practitioners have now become familiar with over the last 4 years. Those who are dying in the short or near term would benefit from the current set of safeguards in the Criminal Code, which the bill proposes to change in two ways. First, the 10-day reflection period would be eliminated. We heard during the consultations that most persons have already given their MAID request a lot of thought by the time they sign their written request, such that the reflection period unnecessarily prolongs suffering. Second, the requirement for 2 independent witnesses would be amended so that only 1 independent witness to the written MAID request is required. Further, we've added an exception so that healthcare and personal care workers who are not the person's provider or assessor would now be able to act as an independent witness. Again, we heard that it is difficult for some who live in long-term care facilities or in remote areas to locate 2 independent witnesses. The purpose of the independent witness is simply to verify the identity of the person signing the request. They are not involved in the assessment process. For persons whose death is not reasonably foreseeable, Madam Speaker, the existing safeguards would all apply with some additional ones. Specifically, the bill proposes a minimum 90-day assessment period, which will help ensure that practitioners spend sufficient time exploring the various dimensions of the person's MAID request outside the end-of-life context, which outside the end-of-life context could be motivated by different sources of suffering requiring greater attention. Second, at least one of the practitioners assessing eligibility would have to have expertise in the condition that is causing the person's intolerable suffering. The safeguard aims to prevent people from obtaining MAID when something could have been done to relieve their suffering or improve their condition. The bill would also clarify the notion of informed consent for these kinds of cases. First, a person who is not dying would have to be informed of the means available to relieve their suffering, including counseling services, mental health, and disability support services, community services, and palliative care, and be offered consultations with the professionals who provide these services. Second, the practitioners and the person would also have to agree that these means of relieving their suffering were discussed and seriously considered. Le projet de loi propose également.
The bill also proposes to allow persons whose death is reasonably foreseeable and who are eligible for medical assistance in dying to provide advance consent if it is likely that they will lose their capacity to provide consent on the date set to administer medical assistance in dying. Currently, the Criminal Code indicates that immediately prior to providing medical assistance in dying, the practitioner must ensure that the person expressly consents to receive medical assistance in dying. The bill will allow a patient who has already been assessed and approved to come to an agreement with their doctor and establish an advance consent agreement outlining the relevant details, including the preferred date for administering medical assistance in dying, and the fact that the person consents to the administration of it if they no longer have the ability to consent on the day of. The Truchon decision doesn't mention it, but the government did hear from experts who were of the opinion that this situation presents relatively little complexity or risk. Doctors have also indicated that they are comfortable with the idea of offering medical assistance in dying under those types of circumstances. For our government, compassion requires that persons who are waiting for medical assistance in dying do not lose the chance to have a death that follows their wishes on a date of their choosing only because their medical condition deprives them in their final days of the ability to make a decision. Another very narrow form of advance consent could be authorized in the unlikely case where complications arise after a person has been assessed and approved, administers a substance that should cause their death, causes them to lose their capacity to consent to medical assistance in dying, but does not cause their death. The patient and the doctor could agree ahead of time that at the time that the patient administers their substance to themselves, if their death does not occur, but then they lose the capacity to consent, the doctor could administer a substance to cause death. According to the data, there are currently very few cases of self-administration, perhaps because of concerns linked to possible complications linked to the self-administration of any substance. Such an option could represent additional reassurance to a greater number of Canadians to choose this form of medical assistance in dying.
There are other changes in the bill, Madam Speaker, that my colleagues will speak to, including changes to enhance data collection and the monitoring regime that brings accountability and transparency to the practice of MAID in Canada. A transitional provision would ensure that patients who have already signed their request when the bill comes into force would not be required to undergo any additional safeguards set out in the bill. At the same time, they would be able to benefit from the safeguards that would be eased, such as the elimination of the 10-day reflection period and the possibility of preparing an advance consent arrangement if it applies to that person's situation. We are committed to making the process as easy on patients as is possible. I would also like to briefly discuss the constitutionality of this bill. I've examined the bill as required by the Department of Justice Act. This involved consideration of the objectives and features of the bill. I'm confident that this bill responds to the Truchon ruling in a way that respects the Charter. As is required by the Department of Justice Act, I will table a Charter statement in the near future which will lay out some of the key considerations that informed the review of the bill for inconsistency with the Charter. This will serve to better inform parliamentary debate on this important piece of legislation. J'aimerais conclure en remerciant tous ceux.
I would like to conclude by thanking every person who participated in medical assistance in dying consultation and whose contributions informed the drafting of this bill. Proposed changes to, or rather through Bill C7 to the regime for medical assistance in dying in Canada represent a fundamental policy change, moving away from a system for end of life and moving towards a system that prioritizes independence and the relief of intolerable suffering. I hope that every member in this place and in both chambers will work to ensure that this bill is passed.
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The elimination of certain states, from my perspective, dramatically changes the potential context for a person receiving euthanasia or assisted suicide. Right now, the requirement of a couple independent witnesses, a little bit of a waiting period, addresses the possible risk that somebody who for a few hours or for a relatively short period of time feels in the depths of despair, but then recovers from that. The idea of the existing safeguards is is to ensure that a person isn't pushed into this decision without family members around, without talking to anybody, as a result of a thought process that lasts for a relatively short period of time. The minister knows that in certain circumstances, the 10-day waiting period can be waived already. But why is the minister, by removing safeguards like additional witnesses and most of the time, but not all the time, 10-day waiting period, why is he creating a situation in which a person could, as a result of a relatively short-term sense of vulnerability, short-term thought process, find themselves making a decision which they might at any other time in their life not have wanted to make?
Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank the honourable member for his question and his interest in this matter. Madam Speaker, what we heard in consultation after consultation across Canada, that neither of these two safeguards that existed in the current legislation were actually doing their job as safeguards. All they did was add additional intolerable suffering on the person. Remember, Madam Speaker, that the two independent witnesses are merely there to witness that this is the identity of the person who asks for MAID. The decision to seek MAID and the assessments are all done prior to that by the medical professionals involved and the patient. And so this is really just a pro forma step. Having two witnesses, particularly for older people who in remote areas of Canada who perhaps didn't have any family left, became an unbearable impediment. The 10-day period, a reflection period, again, came after the decision to have MAID. And what would happen is people would, in some cases, not take their pain medication in order to not lose the capacity to make a final decision 10 days later. It was virtually unanimous, Madam Speaker, amongst the experts, patients, and others that we remove these two impediments because they simply were not acting as safeguards and increasing suffering.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to say that the Bloc Québécois supports the principle of the bill. It's a step in the right direction, and because it deals with the foreseeable death criteria. I met a woman in my riding who was very active, very engaged, but she was desperate because she was imprisoned by her own body. It really marked me, what she had to say. She said that she was at a stage was that when she was thinking of going to Switzerland so that she could end her life. And so I think it's very good that this bill moves in the right direction. In terms of prior consent and waiving the final consent when there is, for example, when there is cognitive decline. I'd like to know what the minister thinks of this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Obviously, this is a very important question. We ask these kinds of questions online during our consultation process, and we also put the question out there during the roundtable discussions throughout Canada, including in Quebec City and Montreal. And here's what we heard, Madam Speaker. There is still a lot of work to be done. Yes, there are people who want these kinds of measures. However, they're very complex issues. There are still unknown factors and unknown situations. For example, there are medical practitioners who do not feel comfortable with other changes to this framework. So these are the kinds of things we will be considering during the parliamentary review. There are studies. Quebec actually has commissioned a study. We also have a study by the Society of Academies. And so for now, we're taking this step, but that step we're not necessarily willing to take right away.
Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can remember being in this place during the debate on Bill C-14, and reading through the Carter decision, which was very clear and then, of course, the important work that was done by the special joint committee of both this House and the other place. And I knew, like when I was speaking on C-14 back in 2016, I knew the inclusion of that reasonably foreseeable aspect of the law was going to cause us problems, and here we are. And I'm sure the Justice Minister is feeling some closure because he was one of 4 Liberals who voted against that bill, and so I'm sure he's getting some satisfaction in revisiting this now. I'm pleased to report that on behalf of New Democrats, we do support this bill in principle. However, we do have a number of concerns, and I think it's specifically, Madam Speaker, with the assessment period for those whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable, but who are facing intolerable suffering. This bill sets up a period of 90 days. We've already heard from some physicians who have concerns with that, the fact that they have to tell a patient that you have to bear this illness for another 90 days. You have to suffer for another 90 days. I'm just wondering if the Minister of Justice can inform this House how the Liberals came up with that number. How did they determine that 90 days, in fact, is the right amount of time? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question and his very kind comments, as well as the general support of his party. Madam Speaker, we decided to have 2 regimes in order to, first of all, keep doctors on board, nurses on board who were familiar with the original regime, and to add this possibility for others. There's a different set of balances, Madam Speaker, in the non-end-of-life scenario. People who see themselves as vulnerable or susceptible to influence, people living with disabilities, for example, we heard from them at roundtables that this was an existential question for them, and we really wanted to extend. This is the assessment period, so it's not a reflection period. We've eliminated all reflection periods. This is actually the period of time in which the doctor or the nurse practitioner is assessing the condition with the patient. There are other proactive things that the doctor or nurse practitioner has to do. We wanted to give an adequate amount of time for reflection. Some jurisdictions have 6 months in this scenario. We shortened that. We wanted to give enough time for adequate reflection in order to get, think of catastrophic injury, for example, where the first reaction, Madam Speaker, is often, I'd rather die. But then with time, and a very short period of time, in assessing the possibilities for life, a person makes a different decision. So it's really just adding to the assessment period, making sure that there's adequate discussion, adequate informing of the possibilities and consideration of the possibilities, still understanding that people are suffering intolerably. We understand that, but we feel that this is an appropriate period that is not too long, certainly not as long as some of the other examples. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Attorney General for the presentation. I remember as well on C-14, as we went through those very difficult discussions, that within the Catholic community where I belong in Guelph, there were a lot of concerns around advance directives, a lot of concerns as well around conscience rights and the protection of conscience rights within the Catholic community in particular. And at the time, I remember the comment coming back to me a few times that, is this a slippery slope that we're going on? So I want to go back to my community to be able to say that we are actually looking at a compassionate way of handling this legislation that protects rights. But I would rather hear it from the minister so that I can get an authoritative comment on that I can take back to my community.
Very short answer.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I too, Madam Speaker, am a practicing Catholic, and so these kinds of questions are very important to me. This is about choice, Madam Speaker, and reducing suffering. These are choices that have already been made. The pun is not intended. The point here is to ease, in the first scenario, in the known scenario, end-of-life scenario, to ease restrictions that weren't doing any work. And in the non-end-of-life scenario, again, making sure that informed choice happens. And that's why we think we've struck the appropriate balance. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to seek unanimous consent to split my time with the Honourable Member from Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Agreed.
It is a great pleasure today to rise as the Shadow Minister of Justice for the official opposition to speak to the government's Bill C-7. As I rise to speak on this bill, I do rise with concern over some of the contents within it, and even, in fact, in the way it was presented to this House this week when, unfortunately, many of us read about the contents of the bill in the media rather than seeing it first in this House. This bill was intended to be a response to the Quebec Superior Court decision that was made on September 11th, 2019. The decision stated that the law as it stood was too restrictive around the requirement for death to be reasonably foreseeable. It is the opinion of the official opposition that this decision, and we called on the government at the time to do this, was to appeal the decision to the Supreme Court of Canada in order for Parliament to receive clarity under the parameters in which we would legislate. This bill was introduced without that clarity. Not only was this bill introduced without that clarity, but it was introduced and goes far beyond what was required to meet the Quebec Superior Court's decision. Again, Madam Speaker, I believe an affront to this Parliament, because when the previous Bill C-14 of the 42nd Parliament was passed, it required, with the wisdom of this Parliament, that there be a statutory review take place on our assisted dying regime in Canada. That statutory review was to take place and is to take place in June of this year. So it is in that review period that parliamentarians would be able to go more fully into depth on how the government's legislation has worked over the past several years, and indeed how best to proceed. But rather than wait for that review, as it should have done, the government has decided to start making amendments to the legislation now, avoiding the in-depth review that is to take place shortly. The reality is, when we are talking about this legislation, we are literally talking about the matter of life and death. This is an incredibly sensitive issue, which members on all sides of the House have diverse opinions on. But it is because of this diversity of opinions, it is because of the sensitivity of the issue, that the Quebec Superior Court decision should have been appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada for further clarity. But as the government has now opened this legislation up, it is upon us as legislators to now highlight other matters that should be addressed and included. My office has heard plenty from concerned Canadians about the lack of protection for conscience rights for healthcare professionals. This is particularly important now that the government is broadening medical assistance in dying to include individuals whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. Expanding medical assistance in dying to more patients could, in fact, diminish the number of medical professionals willing to partake in this process. The fact is, this expanded access could result in a heavy emotional burden on those healthcare providers. None of us here can fully appreciate the burden put on those healthcare providers currently working in the system and providing medical assistance in dying. The fact is, there is nothing about ensuring proper support to healthcare professionals who provide this service. And there continues to be no penalties for pressuring a medical professional into providing medical assistance in dying, nor are there penalties for punishing or penalizing a medical professional who does not wish to participate in medical assistance in dying. This means there continues to be no real protection for conscience rights for healthcare professionals. The issue of advance directives, now rebranded as waiver of final consent by this government, is a complex one that poses questions of ethics, safety, and issues with oversight. The fact that the legislation legalizing this is half a page of a bill shows a lack of care given to this issue. And this issue rightly should have been discussed as part of the parliamentary review to take place this summer. The actual process for the creation and execution of this agreement remains ambiguous. There is a lack of clarity on the process for proceeding with an advance directive agreement upon the date selected. The process will only be stopped if a patient expresses a form of resistance, but we do not know, Madam Speaker, what that looks like. What if they are simply confused or groggy at the time? Under the legislation, unless they resist the process, we'll still proceed. This bill also removes the 10-day waiting requirement when a person's death is reasonably foreseeable. When I read in media reports before this bill was tabled that this would be included, I, like many of my colleagues and many parliamentarians, question as to what prompted its removal. And I still remain incredibly concerned as to why this was included. This is particularly true when there was already the ability to remove the 10-day waiting period if a person's death or loss of capacity to consent was imminent. So why proceed with the removal of a safeguard that Parliament saw fit to include in the previous legislation? It's also confusing as C7 requires a 90-day wait period when a patient's death is not reasonably foreseeable. Why add an extended wait period for one but remove the wait period entirely for the other? On the issue of if a death is reasonably foreseeable or not reasonably foreseeable, there is no clarification or guidance for healthcare professionals. As a result, it is not up to them to make the determination as to what category to put a patient under. That determination will decide whether they can access medical assistance in dying immediately or if they will require a 90-day period. This is an extraordinary amount of pressure that this government is putting on healthcare professionals across this country. The changing of witness requirements under this legislation has also been mentioned. The law requires only one independent witness, down from two. All of these changes, Madam Speaker, lead to an expansion of the law in Canada far beyond what was addressed in the Quebec court decision, an expansion that should have required deeper reflection through the study that is to take place this summer. Now, for a moment, let's speak to a point that seems to be lost in this conversation, and that is around palliative care services in this country. The reality is, if the choice is between a lack of quality palliative care and medically assisted dying, that really is no choice at all, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, over the past number of years, there have been instances where patients have felt forced to choose death due to a lack of palliative care. The story of Archie Rowland comes to mind. Archie was a Montreal landscape architect who chose to end his life rather than continuing suffering at a long-term care facility that was failing to provide him adequate care. He had ALS and had his life upended when he was forced to move from a Montreal hospital that specialized in treating patients with severe respiratory ailments to a long-term care facility for geriatric patients. Mr. Rowland didn't want to go, but he was transferred against his wishes. He called the system inhuman. He felt he wasn't getting adequate care, so he chose death. I do not think, Madam Speaker, that this is any real choice at all. So we must have the discussion in this country about palliative care because people must not feel forced into a decision around medically assisted death. Looking at Mr. Rowland's story, it is clear that there was a failure of the system to provide him with adequate care. We risk medically assisted death being seen as some sort of bureaucratic solution for people who require an extra level of care. And Madam Speaker, in a country like Canada, that is simply not acceptable. This government risks expanding a culture of not valuing life. And we should all agree in this place that we must place value on human life. In closing, this bill disrespects Parliament and the parliamentary process. With Bill C-14, parliamentarians did a significant amount of work in the House and committee in an attempt to build consensus. The work was challenged by the Quebec Superior Court, but rather than defending the will of the elected representatives in the courts, the Liberals immediately backed down. Now they are responding not just to that decision, but they're undoing the work of the Joint Committee on Bill C-14 by adding new measures. Madam Speaker, many of these should be dealt with in the summer when we have our scheduled parliamentary review. This is a complex issue that requires proper scrutiny and debate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member opposite for his contributions to today's debate, and I welcome him back to this House. I'm going to start by correcting about 5 errors that were made in his speech, and then I'll ask him a question. So the first point is with respect to the Chuson decision. It was not appealed because we agree with the substance of the decision, and secondly, because we also disagree with prolonging the suffering of Mr. Chuson or Ms. Gladue or people like them. Second point, Madam Speaker, is that with respect to healthcare providers and a chilling effect being potentially exacted upon them, that's a valid point, and that's why we've entrenched certain important safeguards in the legislation, such as the requirement for advance consent to be done in writing. Third is that people will be pressured as medical practitioners to engage into this. That is patently false in terms of C14. It entrenches conscience rights in the preamble, in the body of C14, and the Carter decision in its penultimate paragraph said that the charter protections under Section 2 for freedom of religion do not compel any healthcare practitioner in this country to provide this service. With respect to where he attempted to try to draw an analogy between the 90-day assessment period and the 10-day reflection period. Those are different qualitative matters. Reflection is not assessment. And the point that I will ask him is that he raised a very valid point about palliative care. We agree and understand and fully support the idea that palliative care must be robust. That is why this government put $6 billion into home care, including palliative care, 2 budgets ago. Does the member agree that that was a useful investment?
Member for Fundy Roy.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his questions. He covered a lot of ground. It begs the question, though, if the government agreed with the decision, and that's the basis for not appealing it, why wasn't that in the original legislation to begin with? All too often, we see on the other side of the House a willingness to let the courts do the work that is rightly the place of this Parliament. And we're seeing that again here. One court decision in one province makes a decision, and the government will hide behind that decision rather than rightly appeal it to the Supreme Court of Canada. Now, they've brought in legislation that goes far beyond what this court was dealing with, which is reasonable foreseeability of death. And that, again, Madam Speaker, should have been dealt with in the review that's coming up this summer, when all parliamentarians can get input from their constituents and from experts on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my Conservative colleague for his speech. I just wanted to draw his attention to what's known as the Audrey Amendment in this legislation. One of the challenges is that the requirement for final consent at the time of the assistance that is rendered, it forces a lot of people who have already been assessed and approved for medical assistance in dying to make a very cruel choice when they're faced with the possible loss of competence that would make them unable to give consent. So sometimes they are forced to go earlier or risk to not being able to receive the assistance that they need in order to avoid continuing to live with intolerable suffering. I'm just wondering if my colleague can inform the House, do the Conservatives support this particular aspect of the bill, which would demonstrably help people who are facing end of life avoid this cruel choice? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. And in the previous Parliament, with the previous Bill C-14, the decision was made not to include advance directives, meaning that someone would have to give consent at the time of medically assisted death. And that's why in the previous legislation, someone would have to consent and then have a further consent at the time of medically assisted death. This bill changes that. This is a major expansion of Canada's laws on assisted dying. It was done under the premise of a response to an unrelated court decision from Quebec. So there's a reason why parliamentarians, there's a reason why this House put in place a statutory review of this regime, and that is so we can consider new measures, look at what's working, look at what isn't working, and that's why that whole discussion on that consent should have been done in the course of the statutory review.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris, Carbon Pricing, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Member for Battlefords, Lloyd Westminster, Agriculture and Agri-Food. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser-Cain.
Madam Speaker, when this House opens most days, we take a moment to pray, to reflect, to ensure our words and our jobs of representing Canadians is done to our utmost ability. We're honored to be in the People's House, and so my personal prayer today is that my words reflect the severity of C7, a very, very serious subject. I've been closely following this Liberal government's terrifying progress as they work to embed the practice of efficient death in our medical system. In January, they held made legislative consultations online for only a total of 2 weeks. 2 weeks to hear from the public on legislation that is truly a matter of life or death. There is a mandatory 5-year review set for this June for our MAID law, but instead of working within that timeline, the Liberals have let one ruling from one Quebec judge dictate the legislative direction for the entirety of Canada. At minimum, this issue should have been referred to the Supreme Court of Canada. And what I'm fearful of is the current Justice Minister, who voted against MAID in the previous Parliament, not because he was against it, but because he felt it did not go far enough, is the driving force behind some of these drastic changes. As they've just tabled the bill this week, I've only had a short period of time to begin digesting it. So I need to stress to the House today that these are my preliminary thoughts, in my opinion, in a needlessly rushed process on a sensitive, significant issue that does touch every Canadian. For the first 4 months of my term, I've heard from many concerned constituents, advocacy groups, differently abled individuals and organizations, and those in the medical profession. What I need to emphasize at the outset of my time here tonight is that the innate value of every human being, regardless of ability. I want to speak directly to those who are in physical pain, those in mental anguish, and those who feel they are a burden. You are loved, you are valuable, and you are made in the image of God. There is a place in our society for patients in unbearable suffering, with no possibility of recovery to be provided with end-of-life options. We owe this to Canadians. Autonomy and personal wishes do need to be respected. There is a paradox in that suffering is both hard and good. Everyone who suffers deserves our love, our care, and access to appropriate palliative care. I'll touch on palliative care in a moment, but presently I will address this bill, raise some of the concerns I have with it from my initial reading, and voice the concerns of those that it affects directly, from whom I've heard from, our medical professionals and the vulnerable or disabled of our society. Numerous organizations like Canadian Physicians for Life and Canadian Society for Palliative Care Physicians have raised numerous significant issues with C7. They cite specific concerns with clauses of the bill and also relay an overarching general concern about how the proposed legislation erodes the trust that vulnerable people should be able to have in the medical profession. We seek out medical aid when we're at the lowest, most vulnerable points in our lives. Vulnerable Canadians must be able to find protection within the medical community. In an ironic, tragic twist, the preamble of the bill recognizes the importance of protecting vulnerable persons from being encouraged to end their lives, but does nothing to support what should be foundational in our healthcare system. The bill itself drops many of the already too few safeguards around MAID and places vulnerable people at increased risk. Point 1. The reasonably foreseeable natural death criteria has been removed, which drastically reinvents MAID. It is no longer an alternative to a painful death, but an alternative to a painful life. Point 2. Independent oversight has been reduced. Where 2 witness signatures were previously required on a patient's written request for MAID, the requirement is now 1. And the bar has been lowered even further, as that individual, that supposedly independent witness, can be the person paid to take care of you, that is, medical staff. Point 3, disturbingly, C7 also does away with the previous 10-day waiting period for those whose natural death is reasonably foreseeable. You can be diagnosed under Bill C7, you can be diagnosed and killed all in one day with no opportunity for reflection or discussion with friends or family members. That's what this bill does. The bill also, point 4, the bill also legalizes physician-assisted suicide by advance requests through a waiver of final consent and drops the requirement for consent to be given twice before MAID is performed. The existing law requires consent at the time eligibility is granted, and again before termination of life occurs. Under the new law, once consent is given, there will be no need for medical staff to confirm it before administering a lethal injection. Can someone consent in advance to being killed once they reach a state they fear, but which they are not experiencing now and in fact have never experienced? Once a person has signed an advance request and has lost capacity to consent to medical treatment, at what point should euthanasia take place? At what point should they be killed? In a technical briefing yesterday, officials were pushed to explain how MAID would be administered and what safeguards would be in place for the day, the hour, the minute euthanasia is carried out. Shockingly, the legislation only requires one medical practitioner to be present. So even if an individual attempts to withdraw their consent, there is no mechanism to ensure their wishes are respected. One medical professional should not be permitted to conduct euthanasia alone. This does not ensure accountability and, in my opinion, is completely unacceptable. Additionally, there is no provision for individuals to be able to seek doctors who won't counsel MAID as a treatment option. In fact, there is no mechanism for physicians to opt out of providing MAID or any conscious protections for medical professionals who refuse to participate in MAID or do not wish to refer a patient. We're seeing this in British Columbia, where the Delta Hospice Society has been denied funding for refusing to offer MAID services. With this in mind, how then are individuals able to trust the doctor? Will the doctor really care for their well-being? And the frightening thing is that pro-MAID healthcare providers are not waiting for people to raise the possibility of euthanasia. In actual fact, we're hearing first-hand accounts of individuals that have been encouraged to pursue this option unprompted. What about Section 241 of the Criminal Code, Madam Speaker, which counts it an offense to counsel a person to commit suicide? Those starting at the precipice of potential death should not have the entire medical establishment looming behind them to pursue a certain option. This brings me back to palliative care and the dismal record on caring for Canadians at end of life. There is nothing in the bill and little tangible government action taken to improve our access to palliative care. The Conservative dissenting opinion from the committee's review of previous MAID legislation states that a genuinely autonomous choice for a person to end their life is not possible if they are not offered palliative care, as they will see their choice as only intolerable suffering or physician-assisted death. The Canadian Hospice and Palliative Care Association estimates that less than 30% of Canadians who need it have access to palliative care services. The Conservative Party recognized this need in our 2019 platform, and a Conservative government would implement the framework on palliative care in Canada. As I've referenced the Canadian Hospice and Palliative Care Association, I need to make one of their points crystal clear, which is that MAID is not part of hospice palliative care. It is not an extension of palliative care, nor is it one of the tools in the palliative care basket. Healthcare articles, the general media, and sadly politicians continue to conflate and thus misrepresent these two fundamentally different practices. Hospice palliative care focuses on improving quality of life and symptom management through holistic, person-centered for those living with life-threatening conditions. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed to say that the Liberal government's proposed legislation amending MAID sadly misses the mark on many levels at my first reading. They have the opportunity to increase safeguards for the vulnerable, provide conscious right for medical practitioners, implement protections for those living with mental illness, and address many more legislative inadequacies. I do hope in the spirit of this minority parliament that the suggested amendments coming from all sides of the House and that they will be welcomed graciously and thoughtfully. To my constituents, I'm opposed to these changes and will urgently seek your feedback. Many of you live with stories and experiences on both sides of this issue, and I need to hear from all of you. And to reiterate, those who are in physical pain, those who are in mental anguish, and those who feel they are a burden, you are loved, you are valuable, and you are made in the image of God. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his contribution. I'm going to offer 4 clarifications and then ask the member a question. So the first clarification is that with respect to the conscience rights that are, and whether they exist, they do exist in 3 places, and I outlined them already. The preamble, section 241 sub 9 of what was then C14, and in the Carter jurisprudence. And I think that's important because this member is urging us to return to Supreme Court jurisprudence. 2, withdrawal of consent. Can it be done? Yes, it can, through nonverbal means. That is entrenched in this bill. 3, the notion that people can die all in one day, and I'm quoting the member opposite, is actually patently inaccurate in terms of the empirical evidence. There are 2 independent medical practitioners completely divorced from the people that verify the identity of an individual who determine the eligibility. Those people take some time to do so. It does not happen all in one day, quote unquote. And the issue about the independent witness going from 1 to 2 is simply to reduce one of the barriers. So the question I would put to the member opposite is that if the concern is for ensuring that the autonomy and dignity of all individuals are entrenched here, does the member opposite agree that when the court in Carter and in the Truchon decision talks about ensuring that intolerable suffering is no longer continued and that the dignity of those people that are making a personal choice about how they choose to exit this life, should that be respected or not in the context of this legislation?
Member for Mission, Matsqui Fraser-Cassian.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his thoughtful intervention, and I'll just add that this legislation was tabled on Monday. We're Wednesday in the House of Commons, and the changes being made are so drastic that all sides of this House need to take time to properly understand the impact of what's before us today and properly understand that this is going to change our society in major ways, and we don't know the full effect of what's going to take place now. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member. I was listening to my Conservative colleague, and I was wondering whether I had really understood what he said. I don't know if the interpretation reflected what he said. I heard that the medical establishment was encouraging some people at the end of their lives to die. Madam Speaker, if the medical establishment actually did what my Conservative colleague is claiming, it would be criminal, and those caregivers and physicians should lose their jobs. I don't know if that's what the member said or if the interpretation was not accurate. Does my colleague believe in palliative care? Does my colleague believe that palliative care can attenuate all suffering? And does he not believe that some conditions cannot be relieved, that the suffering is so great that palliative care cannot address that suffering?
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And what I was referring to is what I heard in my riding, that medical practitioners were raising MAID without MAID being raised by the patient. That is what I was referring to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member had mentioned that we should be informed in the household. I'm wondering if the Honourable Member thought it would be wise, perhaps prior to the release of the legislation, particularly to the media, for the government to provide us with the results of their consultation, because as I'm aware, I don't believe we have it. So would that consultation be helpful for us?
For Mission, Matsqui Fraser-Cassian.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And yes, I think it's irresponsible on the part of the government to have tabled this legislation without hearing back from Canadians. As I mentioned in my remarks, 2 weeks for Canadians to respond to such important legislation was not sufficient, especially when we compare the process, the all-party process of 2016 with what is happening now. This is not acceptable for Canadians, and I know for a fact that more Canadians wanted to have a voice on this. Canadians from all sides of the issue wanted to be able to share their perspectives with the government in good faith, and they weren't given that opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm resuming debate. Madam Speaker, it's not without a certain degree of emotion that I rise in this House today to bring my contribution to the debate on the passage of the principle of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. Madam Speaker, the legislators that we are have not done our job right 4 years ago during the debates on C-14, and that is why we are back here today debating Bill C-7. 2 courts have told us, and this is not a democracy of judges. We are the ones who make legislation, and we are the ones who have to represent the voices of the citizenry, especially those who suffer. Judges merely interpret. They look at legislation, they look at rights and freedoms. They see that if a right is being suppressed for a reasonable circumstance, but it was deemed that the legislation as it was meant that the criminal code undermined the right to life and freedom and security of the person who was suffering, ill, or enduring suffering that is intolerable to them, or enduring an irreversible illness. I hope that today we are going to seize the opportunity offered to us. I dare to hope that we will have an extension until June, because this is a serious subject. I hope that we will have a good debate. First of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that I am sure that every colleague here has good intentions. Every colleague wants to do right. I am persuaded that throughout the entire debate, what they're looking for is to offer the best argument. One cannot want the good of a person in a terminal phase of their illness. We cannot do good for a person in the last phases of a terminal illness if in the last phases of their illness we refuse to hear what they have to tell us. I just want us to understand what's at play here. What my conservative friends have always put up on a pedestal is the law. However, Madam Speaker, independence, the value of independence, it's part of the principle of self-determination of the person, namely, when it comes to the care that we receive. I'll get back to that later. But what I wish for everyone here, and I'm taking the time to say this for such a sensitive and crucial debate, is I wish for all of my colleagues to be able to cross the final threshold serenely, without suffering. I wish that to all of them, because that is the best thing we can wish to any human being, being able to be serene and let go. Because one is surrounded in the case of an irreversible illness. There's a process. Let's hope that one is well accompanied and offered good palliative care. And I'll come back to that. So, Madam Speaker, what we're discussing here today is the autonomy through the principle of self-determination of the person. And when it comes to biomedical treatment, there is a rule. Self-determination is the principle that leads to a precise rule, the rule of free and informed consent. That rule of free and informed consent when it comes to care has never been called into question for emergency care. Why would it be otherwise when it's a matter of human beings who are suffering intolerably, suffering from an illness that is irreversible? These are capable, not depressive, not suicidal people who have demonstrated their willingness to live fully until they've reached their own limit of what is tolerable. I invite my colleagues to debate on autonomy and self-determination of the person. If one ends up at an emergency room, one cannot intervene if you do not give your consent. Everyone can refuse treatment, by the way. In the Carter ruling, which preceded C7, the Supreme Court indicated that the provisions to forbid medical assistance in dying undermined freedom, security, and the right to life. Because when it comes to people like Ms. Gladue or Mr. Truchon, Ms. Carter, Ms. Taylor, those individuals were not in a terminal stage. For some of them, they are not in a terminal stage of their illness. That does not mean, however, that they have not crossed their own limit of what is tolerable. That is why the court said shortening those people's lifespan is problematic. That's the issue. That's what we're looking at. Refusing to grant them what they want when they are ready is the issue. The problems that we have to cover is not the issue of people in a terminal phase of their illness. We need to examine the situation of people whose death is not reasonably foreseeable or imminent. The bill says when you are not in a terminal phase of illness, you will have to provide 2 consents. You will have to wait 90 days. I would have liked to talk more about advanced consent or advance requests. I would imagine we're going to do so because that's the only thing missing for this bill to be complete. You will understand that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of the principle of C7. What we want is to respect an individual's autonomy up until the threshold of death. Kant, a philosopher, when we talk about dying in dignity, when we talk about death with dignity, it's not for death to be beautiful without any smells, for it to be pretty. The dignity of the person comes from their free choice and the respect of their will. That's what being a human being means. And when we undermine that principle, we undermine a human being's dignity. It's not a matter of knowing if death smells or if it's not pretty. It's a matter of giving a choice to a human being to choose their end of life. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, in history, we've won the right to win against medical excessive medical treatment. There was a kind of passive euthanasia that was practiced. There was no intention, and palliative care was not great. And then a dose of medication known to be fatal was administered in those circumstances. People didn't die of cancer. They died from the treatment connected to them. Human beings were experimented on. There were doctors who said, I've got somebody who's got cancer, and some patients didn't want therapy because they were going to be sick for one of the 2 years they had left. So the right to refuse excessive medical treatment became developed, and we called that palliative care. For a long time, we thought that palliative care was the only solution to die with dignity. Over the last 30 years, is there a colleague that can tell me right now, is there someone here who has reached the terminal phase of their illness and is slowly dying and is suffering right now? Are we sure that they had access to all of the care necessary to accompany them until the end, if that is their will? To go all the way to the end with palliative care? Is palliative care accessible? That's the first question. The emergence of being able to request death, what we call in bioethics, clinical ethics, the patient is the standard. The patient is the standard. We have to hear that. With the best palliative care in the world, with the best accompaniment in the world, it is possible that we are unable to alleviate a person's suffering. That's true for Ms. Gladue and Mr. Tutruchon. Those individuals are not suicidal. They want to live as long as possible. And if they're suicidal, we can give them antidepressants. They're going to have all of their wits about them when they decide to make their decision. I was listening to Ms. Gladue the other day. What did she want? She wanted access to a free choice. When people have that choice that they can make freely, in many cases, they reach a level of respect of their dignity. That means that they're not in such a rush after all. It greatly diminishes suffering. And so that's the issue that we have to examine, Madam Speaker. And we should not ignore that issue. We shouldn't ignore it by saying that we want to move quickly. My question for this bill, my issue with this bill, is that we've set aside all the degenerative illnesses, the ones that are cognitively degenerative. It seems to me that a person who has Alzheimer's could set up an advance request. These are illnesses that are predictable. We can say, we'll explain what's going to happen to you. Those individuals often have all of their wits for years, and then eventually their memory goes, and after that they die, not of the illness as such. They die of the consequences connected to the fact that they are immobilized, bedridden, and infections other than the illness that they have. And those individuals, when it comes to this bill, have been completely forgotten. What I do not want, which is what happened with C-14, we took a criteria, reasonably foreseeable natural death, and we said, we're going to protect vulnerable persons by doing this. But who is more vulnerable than a person who suffers, who has intolerable pain, who has an irreversible illness, and who's going to be told, you have to go before the courts to have access to your freely made choice, to preserve your dignity at the time of death. Is there a more personal, important moment than one's time of death? What's the government doing there? When I hear my conservative colleagues, and I'll calm myself down here, when they tell me that the state absolutely must decide instead of a person when they're economic libertarians, I have trouble understanding that argument. Even Pope P12 was one of the precursors to stop saying that only God could decide if one should die slowly or not. He's the one who said that we could support palliative care. And so, let's not put palliative care and medical assistance in dying back to back. There are degenerative illnesses or illnesses that don't bring us immediately to the terminal phase, but simply inflict a state of extreme suffering. Let us not put those two realities together. One needs to be well accompanied towards death to respect human dignity. One needs to be well accompanied in death, and that accompaniment means having the humility as a doctor to recognize that they do not adequately soothe that person. As a society, which, I will repeat, considers the right of self-determination to be all important, and then at the moment of death says, no, I'm taking that right away from you. I know what's good for you. No. You're undermining human dignity at that moment, because there's no more important moment in the life of a human being than their death. Learning to live, Madam Speaker, is learning to die. Learning to die is learning to live. And why do I say that? Because when the umbilical cord is cut, the countdown starts. And so, I call upon my colleagues' humanity. I am deeply democratic, humanistic, and sovereigntist, but I am all three, not one more than the other. Before problems like this one, I'm not going to say that it's because a court in Quebec that we needed to contest this. It was a federal court that made a final decision. This decision tells us, as legislators, that we have to do our jobs. Stop tossing ethical issues and political issues into the backyard of the courts. You, as legislators, have a job to do. And there's a sociology of law. Law evolves. It evolves with societal conscience. I know that I'm far from the technical aspects of the bill, but I said from the very beginning that we agree with the principle and the basis for discussion of this bill. Perhaps I was too philosophical today. If so, I apologize. But the base of the debate is that. The base of the debate is ethic. It's ethical. It's political in the noblest sense of the term. We are those who create legislation to ensure the well-being of all. This is a philosophical debate. At some point, it's theological, which brings us back to the law. But regardless of the time required, let's go all the way to the end of those arguments. And when I hear slippery slope arguments along the lines of, I remember C14, people were saying that in long-term care facilities, we would turn them into death machines, into places for euthanasia. I don't know anyone in the healthcare system, regardless of the type of work that they do, that is not well-intentioned. If they have bad intentions, they don't have their place there. The slippery slope argument, Madam Speaker, I don't buy it. We have to take for granted from the very beginning that all healthcare workers are well-intentioned. Maybe they could do better if we had better healthcare transfers. Maybe there'd be more palliative care in hospitals. After 50 years, where everyone said palliative care was the only solution, which I don't believe, that we don't have more palliative care units. Because not everybody requests medical assistance in dying. And I'm talking about those who aren't problematic. Quebec's law is in place. And with the criteria of reasonably foreseeable natural death, people had to do hunger strikes and go before the courts to meet this abusive criteria. And so the courts made an entirely adequate decision. And so I call upon everyone's humanity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the remarks of my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. I'd like to emphasize that he has very clearly raised the importance of the kind of balance we need in legislation. We need protection for vulnerable individuals, and we need to respect dignity and free will for those individuals who want more control over the end of their lives. And I'd also like to say that in 2018, there was 1.9% of deaths in Canada that happened through MAID. Now, I have a question for him, and it was actually raised by the member for Matsqui River. The remark was that we hadn't received enough feedback, even after 300,000 answers, that said that the criteria had to be expanded in order to increase access to MAID. So I'd like to know what the member opposite feels about Quebecers and Canadians' wishes to broaden the scope of MAID and remove some of those hurdles. The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I think the government has played with fire a little in terms of the deadline. They wanted an extension, and I assume the debate that has begun today will help grant that extension. I mean, it's not up to the court to make legislation, and it is worthwhile to at least take 4 months to get there. But here's why I think we can get there. It's because we've dealt with the issue of medical assistance in dying when it comes to end of life. Quebec did that. The criminal code didn't have to be changed. Then there was the Carter ruling. And I think that if we start right now, and I'm looking forward to the committee considering this legislation, I think we could get to a first draft. And I hope then that the parliamentary review, can be done immediately after the bill is adopted, so that we can look at the more sensitive issues. And I'm very pleased that the government has been cautious enough to exclude access to MAID when there's an underlying mental illness. However, the issue hasn't been entirely dealt with. Madam Speaker, for example, let's take someone who has been suffering for years and years of treatment. And then let's say that individual feels that the only way to ease his or her suffering will be by dying. I mean, that really is a failure on the part of the medical system when it comes to mental illness, and there's no sort of palliative care for that. We have to look at that kind of issue. We have to look at it closely, study it. Now, I'm pleased that that's not included now, but I do think it deserves greater study, and that's why in the Health Committee I actually proposed a study on this. We'll see if my colleagues want to consider this or not.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Blankford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really want to congratulate my colleague from the bloc for a very passionate speech, and I very much enjoyed listening to it. You know, when we looked at this issue in the previous Parliament, what was very clear back then was the Carter decision. What was very clear back then were the recommendations of the Special Joint Committee. What wasn't very clear was why the government at the time had inserted the clause that required a reasonably foreseeable death. And I can remember during my speech on Bill C-14 back in 2016, I knew that clause was going to force us to come back and revisit this issue. So Parliament did look at this issue. We did deliberate. And there were a number of parliamentarians at the time who identified this as a problem. And so then I see the Truchon decision. And that is simply forcing Parliament to clean up its act, to actually get the job done properly this time. You know, who are we to impose our values on someone who has gone through this suffering, who is being forced to live with these medical conditions? We have no idea what kind of a world they are living in. And he's very right. It's about treating their life with dignity, but also allowing them to die with dignity in what is an incredibly personal choice. Madam Speaker, I want to get my colleagues' thoughts on a particular section of the bill, which sets the period, the assessment period at 90 days for someone whose death is not reasonably foreseeable, but who are facing that intolerable suffering. I'm just wondering what he thinks of the 90-day period, because we as a New Democratic Caucus have already heard from physicians who have great concerns that they may have to force their patient to wait an additional 90 days when it's already quite obvious that the suffering is already very grave. And I'm just wondering if my colleague can just provide us with his thoughts on that particular section of the bill.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I think we need to look at this in greater detail. I was talking about earlier on about the patient being at the heart of this. You know, my Conservative colleague was talking about how this could all happen in a day. But this has to be done properly. So depending on the case, depending on the kind of illness, the kind of condition that the individual is suffering from, I think there will be a way to do this. Let's take an example, Ms. Truchon or Ms. Gladu. And for them, 90 days more, perhaps that would have been complicated for them. They're suffering. But let's take someone else. Let's take someone else who's at the very beginning, early stages of their illness. It will be different. So we're going to have to tailor this. David Roy is a bioethicist, and he said the patient should be the standard. And we have to be able to hear what the patient is saying, and we have to be humane enough to tailor our treatment of that patient based on their wishes. So I'm open to us looking at all of this. It's already a very complex issue. You know, when we're talking about a few days, more days, these are details that we need to look at. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member across the way for really a very thoughtful and intelligent, if I can say, presentation, where he's presented us with the very personal choice that each of us will have at some point in our life-death experience. Some of us through suffering, and some of us through other ways. I'm sure we'll be passing in different ways. But the protection of the person that might have to make a decision based on their experience, based on where they passed through life and then coming to their end through suffering. I was at my mother's death when she was going through some of the struggles of the end-of-life experience, and she really had trouble with the final moments. Madam Speaker, if the Honourable Member could maybe talk a bit about our role in the decision-making process as members of Parliament, where we try to represent different experiences of faith, different experiences of people, different experiences of suffering, and the role that we have in providing freedom of choice for the people that we're representing.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, at this point in time, I don't see anything in the bill that would not take into account each and every person's faith. If one decides to die, whether it's in palliative care without any other interventions, and we're talking about palliative care, that is a kind of care. There are people who go into emergency and then leave again because they receive appropriate care. You see, there are all kinds of care, and people must have the choice. They must have free choice. The options will be there, and people will exercise their free will in making that choice. That's respecting the dignity of the person. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's quite incredible to be revisiting this issue. I can remember the debate when it went on Bill C-14 back in 2016. And there were some amazing speeches uttered in Centre Block during that time, because this truly was an issue that had profound effect on so many members in the chamber, but we also know for so many members of our society. And I was honored in 2017 to serve as our party's justice critic, and I'm again pleased to be serving the role as the deputy justice critic for the NDP. And I've always felt that that particular critic role brings with it a very great weight of responsibility, especially when you're dealing with the criminal code, because I don't think there's any other statute in Canada that has such a profound effect on people when they violate any of its provisions. But it also gives a lot of guidance, as is the case in medical assistance in dying, over the parameters that are set up. And when we talk about medical assistance in dying, I, like many members in this chamber, back in 2016, received a lot of correspondence on the issue, both from constituents who were against it and from constituents who wanted me to take it up. And I think that's the challenge that we as members of Parliament face on a regular basis. We have to look at our constituents' wishes, but they're not always very clear-cut. And we have to try and balance those with our own personal views on the subject, and at the end of the day, try to be accountable for the decisions we have made on behalf of our constituents in this place. When it comes to an issue as complex as medical assistance in dying, I fundamentally believe that we must go beyond partisanship and work together with a compassionate lens. I think we ultimately must make sure that Canadians can die with dignity, with compassion and fairness, and without excessive suffering. I am pleased to see the introduction of Bill C-7 as a part of the effort to help those who are looking to end their unnecessary suffering as they face the end of their life. C-7 is coming to us, Mr. Speaker, as a result of a decision in a Quebec court. But for me personally, and for many members of the New Democratic Caucus, it was quite evident in 2016 when we were debating Bill C-14 that this issue would come back to us. We knew it was only a matter of time. I can remember referring in the debates on C-14 quite clearly to the Carter decision, which was handed down by the Supreme Court on February the 6th of 2015, the sort of final months of the 41st Parliament when the Harper government was in power. And of course, when the present Liberal government came to power in 2015, this was one of the major challenges it was faced with, because there was an impending deadline and there was a real rush to get in legislation that was going to respect the Carter decision. I want to give a shout out to two of my colleagues, Murray Rankin and Brigitte Sans-Souci, who, as members of the New Democratic Caucus, sat on the special joint committee that looked at this issue as a result of the Carter decision and presented its recommendations to the House of Commons. But when we look at the Carter decision, Mr. Speaker, which really started this whole process rolling roughly 5 years ago now, just over 5 years ago now, we can see that in the Carter decision that they felt that the prohibition on allowing someone to take their own life because of suffering violated their charter rights. In fact, if I can just quote from the ruling, it was stated that, and I quote, "Here, the prohibition deprives some individuals of life, as it has the effect of forcing some individuals to take their own lives prematurely, for fear that they would be incapable of doing so when they reached the point where suffering was intolerable." And it went on, Mr. Speaker, to say, "An individual's response to a grievous and irremediable medical condition is a matter critical to their dignity and autonomy. The prohibition denies people in this situation the right to make decisions concerning their bodily integrity and medical care, and thus trenches on their liberty. And by leaving them to endure intolerable suffering, it impinges on the security of the person, thus, Mr. Speaker, violating Section 7 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms." And that, Mr. Speaker, just to read it in the record so everyone's quite clear on what we're referring to, Section 7 reads that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. So what Carter was clearly explaining to people was that by not allowing people this option, by keeping them in a state of constant suffering, of basically confining them to their bodies and allowing them to go through, we were in fact violating their Section 7 rights. And that was the clear message that was delivered to Parliament. You know, there's always a careful dance between our courts and the legislature, and the courts, of course, are very much responsible for interpreting the law, but also finding when such a law runs contrary to our Constitution. But they also recognize that Parliament has its role to play as the lawmakers, as the one institution that can amend the law based on people's wishes. So that was the task that was handed to us at the beginning of the 42nd Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, you know, when that special joint committee with the other place was formed, there were some clear recommendations that directly followed from the Carter decision. And, you know, recommendation number 2, and I'll read this into the record, Mr. Speaker, was as follows: that medical assistance in dying be available to individuals with terminal and non-terminal, grievous and irremediable medical conditions that cause enduring suffering that is intolerable to the individual in the circumstances of his or her condition. Now, the problem that led us to where we are today was the fact that C-14, as a government bill, decided to insert a reference to reasonably foreseeable death, meaning that if you did have a medical condition where death was not reasonably foreseeable, you could not qualify for medical assistance in dying. And also, as a part of that special joint committee's recommendations, they did touch on the subject of advanced directives, which is also, I'm glad to see, addressed in Bill C-7. The Truchon decision of 2019 in the Superior Court of Quebec involved two plaintiffs who were each suffering from grave and incurable medical conditions causing tremendous suffering and a total loss of autonomy. They were the 74-year-old Gladue, who used a wheelchair, had post-polio syndrome, which was a condition that weakened her muscles and reactivated her childhood scoliosis. She had difficulty breathing and was in constant pain. And then there was the 51-year-old Truchon, who was born with cerebral palsy, no longer had the use of his 4 limbs. He lost the use of his only working limb back in 2012 due to severe spinal stenosis, which left him almost completely paralyzed and caused painful spasms. He gave up most of his activities and went into assisted living since there was little he could do by himself. Both these individuals, Mr. Speaker, were refused medical assistance in dying under the Quebec legislation regarding end-of-life care, as they were not at the end of their life. Their death was not reasonably foreseeable. So with those grave medical conditions, they were prisoners in their own bodies, but unable to find any relief. And that's really the heart of the matter here, is how we as an institution respect individual autonomy. When two individuals, and we can only imagine the pain and suffering they were going through on an hourly basis, have arrived at this decision, and they've obviously had the time to think about it. I think it's incumbent upon us to respect that, but more importantly, also to respect the fact that we've had a court look into this and determine that their charter rights were fundamentally violated. So that brings me, Mr. Speaker, through the long journey over the last 5 years to Bill C7. And I am pleased to see this bill introduced. I think it's nice to see our Minister of Justice, who was one of 4 Liberals who voted against Bill C-14. I think he's now having a moment where it's come full circle. And now as a Minister of Justice, I hope he's feeling some satisfaction that he now gets to bring in corrective measures to address the problems that he saw himself as a Liberal Member of Parliament back in 2016 when he voted against the government's legislation at the time. So, as is required by the decision of the Quebec court, Bill C-7 is going to expand access to medical assistance in dying to those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that we are providing our support to this bill in principle here at second reading, but we will certainly be doing our due diligence when it reaches the Standing Committee on Justice to make sure that access to medical assistance in dying has not been unreasonably restricted for those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable by the addition of the new conditions in the legislation. And Mr. Speaker, we also want to work to make sure that the standard of eligibility for receiving medical assistance in dying remains high. We remain disappointed that there has been no commitment by the Minister to refer the question of the adequacy of safeguards against pressure to seek medical assistance in dying to the formal legislative review, which will begin in June, again at the Standing Committee on Justice. And perhaps the government can hear those words, reflect upon them, and perhaps address our concerns with that particular aspect. So going into some of the finer details of the bill, Mr. Speaker, there is essentially a 2-track process in C7. There is one for those whose death is reasonably foreseeable, and one for those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. For the one where death is reasonably foreseeable, we do see that there is a 10-day waiting period that is removed. The number of independent witnesses required for the written request is reduced from 2 to 1. A paid professional or healthcare worker can be an independent witness, and there's also a creation of a waiver of final consent. Now, for the second track, which is ultimately the part of the bill that is responding to the decision from the Quebec court, we see that there are a few more restrictions in place. The first big one, which I think will warrant some further study at committee, is it requires a minimum 90-day assessment period, which I think the legislation refers to can be shortened if loss of capacity is imminent and the assessments have been completed. But as I have said in previous questions and comments, Mr. Speaker, is we have already heard from some members of the medical community that this 90-day assessment requirement may mean that their patients have to just endure another 90 days of suffering. And for a physician who takes the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. If your patient is experiencing harm every day because of that suffering, I know that weighs very heavily on their conscience. So there are some other specifics in that other track process. I don't think it warrants it to go into too much detail at this particular stage. That's what the Standing Committee on Justice will be all about. But because I did want to also touch on another aspect of C7, which is the Advance Directive. This is known as the Audrey Parker Amendment. And it refers to Audrey Parker, who was a Halifax woman who was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer, which had metastasized to her bones and to a tumor on her brain. She spent the last weeks of her life raising awareness about the challenges facing Canadians who have been assessed and approved for assisted dying, but she opted to die earlier than she would have otherwise wanted to, because the legal requirement in the existing legislation is that the suffering person has to be competent immediately before the life-ending treatment is administered. So that presents a number of problems, and so if someone has already been approved for medical assistance in dying, within the tight confines of what is written in C7, they can give that advance directive so that if they do lose competency, they can still see their wishes fulfilled. And I think that it removes a sense of pressure that could be brought to bear on an individual, that they may feel compelled to take their life earlier while they still have that competency, that ability to actually act on their own directives. So I think that's a particularly important section of this legislation that should be noted. And I certainly look forward to seeing what kinds of testimony we hear at the Justice Committee. I have received some correspondence actually with respect to the Audrey Parker Amendment. I have an email here, Mr. Speaker, from a constituent. She sent me a copy of her letter to the Justice Minister, and I'll just read it out. She states, "These steps ensure that the patient qualifies for medical assistance in dying under the law, making the late-stage consent requirement unnecessary, and puts an enormous physical and emotional strain on people who are at risk of suddenly losing capacity or who need heavy medications to manage their pain. Most importantly, this unfair requirement means that people in the assessed and approved category are faced with a cruel choice: access assisted dying now or wait longer and risk losing out on their right to a peaceful death. Right now, dying people are ending their lives far earlier than they would like, or are refusing adequate pain care out of fear that they will lose out on their right to a peaceful death. This is an unacceptable burden for anyone to bear, and it is a clear and grave violation of Canadians' charter rights." So that's just an example of some of the correspondence I've received with that particular aspect, and it's actually really nice and refreshing to hear someone lay it out quite clearly, because I think if you were to visit any riding, we would all have constituents who have faced those pressures. Mr. Speaker, I think, this is a weighty subject matter. And I know that in this chamber and indeed across this great country, there are going to be multiple views on whether we are in fact going down the right path. In moments like this, when we are called upon to make these momentous decisions, I think it requires us to look inside ourselves and to switch more from sympathy to empathy. I've always seen the difference between the two is sympathy is feeling sorry for someone else, while empathy really is trying to put yourself actually in that person's shoes and trying to view the world as they see it. The truth is, for the members of this chamber who are lucky enough to have their health, to lead privileged lives, we actually cannot adequately express or feel what it is like to live life in a body feeling like it's a prison, to know that kind of suffering. And in my ultimate view of this bill and guiding me on the direction that we need to take, it's about trying to make sure that we can actually give a person the dignity in death, the dignity that they had in life, to respect their autonomy, to respect their choice, and to make sure that their charter rights are not violated. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll just conclude by stating that New Democrats will be supporting this bill at second reading, with the full realization that the committee work is before us, and that is going to be a real opportunity to hear from members of the public and witnesses, and hopefully that when this bill returns to the House, we have a product that we all feel that we've done our best on and lives up to the important wishes of our constituents who are living with these incredible amounts of suffering. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford for his comments, for his contributions in the previous Parliament, and his contributions now and forthcoming at the Justice Committee. And thank him for he and his party's general support of the bill. He cited at great length both the Carter decision and Section 7 itself, reading it into the record, and I think that's very, very important. I want to put to him something that was raised earlier in the context of this debate by the member for Fundy Royal, where it was effectively put to us that not only are we seeking to comply with Truchon, but we're actually going beyond Truchon. And I think that was a reference to where the member had just left off in his comments, the current member, when he talked about the advance consent regime and the Audrey Parker amendment. In terms of everything that I've heard in my riding and the round tables that we've had around the country, we've heard that this is where Canadians are, that in the context of a person who's assessed and approved and is merely waiting for the date of their passing, to allow them to have a regime where they could provide that consent in advance is an important step forward. I wonder if the member could comment on that. It is not squarely within the Truchon decision, but I firmly believe that is where Canadians are asking us to go, and that is why it is in this legislation. Does the member agree?
Well, member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think that when you canvass the Canadian public, particularly with respect to the Audrey Parker section of this bill, I think when you explain to Canadians the really horrible choice that a lot of people might find themselves in. These are people who have qualified for medical assistance in dying, but may not, under the current legislation, be eligible to receive it because they lose competency. And just the amount of fear that must bring to them and pressure to either heavily medicate themselves to try and maintain that competency, maybe a pressure to go and use medical assistance in dying earlier, much earlier than they're actually prepared to do. And I think with this particular section, allowing someone who is in such a state to give that advance directive is quite reasonable. And I think more importantly, it respects the autonomy of that individual and the incredibly important and weighty decision that they have to make to do such a thing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on this question of advance consent. It's important to know that there is nothing in this legislation which requires the person to be consulted or informed of what's going on at the point at which they receive euthanasia if they had entered into the agreement in advance. So this raises a concern. If I sign an agreement asking for euthanasia on, say, May the 1st, and then at that point, maybe I've lost capacity, but I have still a certain general awareness of what's going on around me, shouldn't I be at least asked at that point, told what's going on, and have my general comfort level with what's happening to me at that time assessed? It seems to me reasonable that we would ensure that as much as possible there is some element of contemporaneous consent as well. Would the member agree with that?
For Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, that the safeguards that need to be in place for medical assistance in dying are, of course, incredibly important. We want to make sure that at all stages a patient, should they change their mind, has a way of opting out. And I think if the member has particular concerns with how C7 is currently written, and he's concerned that there's not enough addressing the concerns he just brought up, perhaps there's an opportunity for some slight amendments at committee. And I'm sure that myself and the member for Esquimalt-Saint-Sucou, who serves as our main justice critic, we'd be willing to look at his proposed amendments to see what he proposes to make that particular section of the bill stronger. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking my honourable colleague for his speech. I liked the expressions he used, especially when he used the word empathy. As well, my colleague from Montcalm gave a good speech. He talked about our role as parliamentarians, and let me draw a connection between these two members. We, members of Parliament, need empathy to do our jobs well. And let me talk about what happened in the National Assembly when it passed its own legislation. It was tabled by the Liberals, but the sponsor of the bill was a member of the PQ, Véronique Yvon. That bill was put together in a spirit of nonpartisanship. So I'm just wondering whether my colleague does not believe that spirit of nonpartisanship should happen here in the House when we study this bill.
Yeah, I agree with the member. As I said in my opening remarks, I think this is a subject with such weight and importance to so many people across this country, whether you live in Nova Scotia, Quebec, or in my home province of British Columbia, that we owe it not only to ourselves in this chamber, but to the people that we represent to treat this subject with the respect that it deserves. And you know, I have to say, as a member of Parliament who served in the previous Parliament, I by and large was quite impressed with the tone of debate that we did see during the debate on C14. I know there were some disagreements on the bill, but I think members ultimately tried to bring those disagreements and their respective positions on the bill to the floor with as much respect as possible. And for many speeches in this place, I think many members who were here, we can remember having the chamber so silent you could hear a pin drop because you could tell how important it was to the member speaking, but more importantly to his or her constituents who were watching back home.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Cowichan-Malahat, Langford, for his dignified and important speech on a subject that we admit, frankly, is difficult for many people, an extremely important issue as well. I know the member is extremely close to his riding on both sides of the Malahat, from Langford up to Cowichan. I know that he's constantly, every weekend, home speaking with his constituents. I'd be very interested to know what his constituents have told him through this process, because he brings a lot of experience, of course, and he brings a lot of wisdom to this particular issue and this particular bill. What have people back home been telling him about the approach that Parliament should take?
Member for Cowichan-Malahat, Langford.
Yes, and I thank my colleague for that question. I've already had some correspondence on this particular bill. There are a number of people back home who have already organized to have a community meeting with me on this legislation when I'm back in the riding during our constituency week next week. And it's a group that originally had a lot of concerns with Bill C14 based on their faith. They had some real concerns with it. And I knew when I was walking into the room to meet with them the first time, we were not going to walk out there agreeing with each other. But I think we surprised each other by how respectful we kept it. And we walked out of there respecting each other's positions and with a sure knowledge that we had each given this issue some deep thought. And I expect that the same tone of conversation will happen again when I meet with them next week to discuss this bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend, the member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford, who I had the privilege of serving on the Justice Committee with through part of the last Parliament. I had the benefit of serving as the Vice Chair of the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying, and then served on the Justice Committee following that when we dealt with Bill C-14. And I would acknowledge that in terms of the circumstances that Audrey Parker and others like her found themselves in, it presents many a real difficult challenge from a legal, moral, and ethical standpoint. But I will say that in terms of a regime that provides for advanced directives, that it does cause me some level of concern. Now, the Supreme Court of Canada, in the Carter decision, did make clear that there must be clear consent. And I ask, how can there be clear consent absent contemporaneous consent on something that is ultimately irreversible when carried out?
For Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic question from my colleague, and I don't know if I can provide an easy answer. I mean, this is the struggle we have before us. We do have the Carter decision clearly outlining that consent had to be as straightforward as the member discussed. But at the same time, I am presented with examples like Audrey Parker, and others who felt pressured to take their lives early because that was when they could give consent. And so that's the struggle I think we find ourselves in, Mr. Speaker, is how do we balance a court decision with what we know are real and very current examples of suffering before us. And you know, I will admit, I do not have an easy answer to that. But this is the task we have been charged with. And I can only say that we've got to go forward. We've got to send this bill to committee. We have to hear from members of the Canadian public and experts who are involved in this particular aspect of the criminal code. And we have to use our best judgment to arrive at a decision that we believe reflects our values, but also reflects the values of the people who sent us here to deliberate on their behalf.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from the member for Kings Hants. So I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-7, and I've got some prepared remarks, and I'll try and sprinkle through during the course of my comments responses to some of the various issues that have already been raised. Clearly, we're here because there's a decision of the Quebec Superior Court in Truchon striking down a particular criteria under both the Quebec regime and the Canadian regime with respect to the end-of-life nature of medical assistance in dying, the reasonable foreseeability of natural death criterion in particular at the national level. The court's ruling applies only in Quebec. We heard the minister speaking about this. It suspended its declaration of invalidity for a period of 6 months until March of the 11th. On February 17th, of this year, it is important for this chamber to understand that the Attorney General of Canada filed a motion to request an extension to give Parliament sufficient time to enact an appropriate response and to ensure consistency in the criminal law. That motion was actually debated yesterday, and a decision from the court is forthcoming. Before I go into some of the details of what's in this actual bill, I want to start off with two important provisions that were raised in particular by members of the official opposition in the context of this debate. Wither conscience protections. And I want the record to be crystal clear that conscience protections are robust in this country and are entrenched in the law. First location is in the preamble to the old Bill C-14, which I will read, states, quote, whereas everyone has freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I've had further questions from members of the official opposition about, well, it's only in the preamble, how come it's not in the statute? That assertion is wrong, because it is in the statute. Bill Section 9 on page 8 of the old Bill C-14, which amended 241.2 sub 9 of the Criminal Code, says, and I quote, for greater certainty, nothing in this section compels an individual to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying. And the third point, now I'm going to read from the Carter decision of the Supreme Court, which has been the subject of extensive discussion in this chamber thus far. I'm reading from paragraph 132 of the majority reasons in Carter, and the court states, quote, in our view, Nothing in the declaration of invalidity which we propose to issue would compel physicians to provide assistance in dying. 3 instances, 1 jurisprudential, the other 2 statutory. The fourth one is, of course, the broad penumbra that is cast by Section 2 of the Charter, which protects freedom of conscience for all Canadians, including those who practice medicine. So the assertion that somehow conscience rights are not protected or are somehow being eroded is categorically false. Second, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what's been addressed in today's debate, there's been some sort of effective intimations that the notion of a culture of overly facilitating medical assistance in dying is upon us, and somehow this government bill, is somehow pushing us further towards predatory practices by healthcare practitioners or disavowing the important rights to life, liberty, and security of the person, of indeed persons who are vulnerable, including persons with disabilities. That is categorically false and is not commensurate with what's in evidence. The evidence that we have, and this is readily available from people in terms of the technical briefing that was already provided to all members of Parliament, is that in total 13,000 MAID-assisted deaths have happened in this country in the last 4 years. The average age of people who are accessing MAID is 75 years old. It is being accessed equally by men and women, 51% by men, 49% by women. The most common medical condition is cancer, followed by neurological conditions, so 67% of all people who access it have cancer. Secondly, neurological conditions, and thirdly, cardiovascular conditions. Very importantly, in the most recent year of analysis, a grand total of 5,444 people access MAID in this country. That represents 1.89% of all deaths in this country. Mr. Speaker, I read that into the record because I think it's important for people to understand there is not some sort of culture of medical assistance in dying that is being foisted unwittingly upon individuals. And I will elaborate why going forward. Donc, j'aimerais d'aborder quelques-uns des aspects dans ce...
I'd like to deal with some aspects of the bill, including the changes to eligibility criteria mentioned by the Minister of Justice. There are 2 sets of safeguards. One applies in the case of a reasonably foreseeable natural death. When that is not the case, there are new safeguards. The bill proposes to allow for a waiver of final consent on the day of the procedure in very specific circumstances, and I'll return to that briefly.
Mr. Speaker, the consultation process. Much has been made about this, including some comments by the member from Mission Fraser-Matsqui Canyon, if I remember correctly, in terms of this as being a rushed procedure. And in fact, the government is not adequately listening to Canadians. And I would assert in that regard, I have great respect for all members in this House who are participating in this debate, and it raises a number of very personal, ethical, legal, and moral issues. I understand that. The government understands that. But to assert that the consultation was not robust is, again, categorically false, Mr. Speaker. We heard from 125 different individuals who are experts in this field, whether they are delivering it, acting on behalf of disabled individuals, nurses, doctors, etc. We heard from 300,000 Canadians in terms of their response to a questionnaire that outlined the various scenarios. And the views of those individuals were quite concrete in terms of the direction that they were seeking. They were wanting to be empowered in terms of their autonomy, empowered in terms of their dignity, empowered in terms of their choice, and what they were seeking is less obstacles to what had evolved to become an overly restrictive regime, as identified by the court in Truchon. That is an important feature that must be canvassed here. What is critical in terms of understanding is that input was critical to the development of the bill. En ce qui concerne les modifications proposées du Code criminel.
Turning now to the proposed Criminal Code amendments in relation to eligibility, following the Truchon decision. First of all, it would repeal the reasonable foreseeability of natural death, criterion from the list of eligibility criteria. This amendment would be that those whose natural death is reasonably foreseeable and not reasonably foreseeable would be eligible.
Illness. This has been touched upon by different persons who have already intervened in the context of this debate. This is important, as was outlined by the Minister himself, because it recognizes the increased complexities and risks associated with such cases, which were highlighted by many practitioners, stakeholders, and experts at the main roundtables. It's very important is that the Canadian Mental Health Association itself supports the position we are taking with respect to excluding mental illness as a sole underlying condition as rendering someone eligible for MAID. A very important position. Il est donc proposé que cette question
It is therefore proposed that such a complex issue should be part of scheduled parliamentary review of medical assistance in dying provisions set to begin this year. The Minister mentioned that it would be June of this year.
Quebec has also announced the exact same study for the exact same provision, that the issue of mental illness as a sole underlying condition is complex. Issues of consent and capacity, issues of properly being able to diagnose and have a prognosis are critical. I'm going to move forward, Mr. Speaker, in terms of some of the comments that are set out here. It is important that the safeguards that are mentioned, people understand that the safeguards are under two tracks. Those safeguards respond to persons whose death is reasonably foreseeable and those whose death is not. What I would say with respect to some of the aspects that have been raised in the context of today's debate is that what we have is a situation where we have taken the 10-day period of reflection out of the legislation. This was put squarely into issue by the member from Fundy Royal, where he said, what is the basis for doing that? And the basis for it is that that protection, that safeguard, was not doing the work it was meant to do. As opposed to protecting vulnerability, it was actually increasing the vulnerability of individuals insofar as it was prolonging their suffering in some instances. We heard, and the Minister commented on this, that some people were so concerned about the inability to provide their final consent after 10 days that they would actually stop taking their pain medication, creating further suffering just to maintain the ability to provide that final consent. And apropos of the question that was raised by the member from Sherwood Park most recently with respect to how do you assure informed consent is applied when it's not being solicited actively, two responses. And this is with regard to the advanced consent regime. We are conscious of the Audrey Parker situation. We are seized of the Audrey Parker situation. When someone has been assessed and approved for this procedure and makes a determination, Mr. Speaker, and makes a determination that they want to ensure to be able to access it, and they provide a consent in writing, that consent would be sufficient. Can it be vitiated? Yes, in direct response to the member from Sherwood Park. It can be vitiated either in terms of the person having not lost capacity, they can vitiate the consent, or secondly, by a physical gesture that would be interpreted and fully and finally eliminate that consent for the purposes of the practitioner. The bill strikes a balance. The balance is important. What we're conscious of is that a compassionate response that protects vulnerable individuals and also respects their dignity and autonomy is critical and what is required by the Constitution. That is what this bill presents, and I'm very hopeful, as the member from the Bloc Québécois pointed out, that we could achieve all-party consensus on that very fundamental point. Merci.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
I thank the parliamentary secretary for his intervention on this. Specifically on the 10-day period, cooling off period, does the parliamentary secretary not acknowledge that under the current legislation, if necessary, that 10 days could be waived? That was a safeguard that was put in place by this parliament and has been taken out in haste. And I'd like the parliamentary secretary to comment on a couple of facts that deal with this place, with this parliament. Number one, a 2-week online consultation is not a parliamentary review. This legislation, Bill C-14, called for a parliamentary review that was to take place this summer before we expand our regime in Canada around medically assisted dying, and this government has jumped ahead with a vast expansion of the legislation without the benefit of that review. And I'd like to ask him, does he see a 2-week online consultation of having some equivalency with a parliamentary review?
Parliamentary Secretary.
So I'll take those points in order, and I thank the member opposite for his questions and for his contributions today. In terms of the 10-day reflection period, what we heard overwhelmingly, whether at the roundtables or from the persons who contacted us, those 300,000 Canadians, is that that period is not required because what it does is it prolongs suffering. And we heard what the minister said in his opening remarks, is that, in fact, the amount of reflection that has gone in to the point where a patient actually puts in writing a request for MAID is sufficient. The reflection has already occurred. And what we don't want is a situation where people are coming off of their medication to ensure that they are maintaining a full capacity and prolonging suffering that we need to alleviate through this bill. With respect to the second point, obviously a questionnaire online is not the same thing as a parliamentary review, but the two are not addressing the same thing. What we are addressing here is a narrow amendment that deals with the Audrey Parker situation for somebody who is already assessed and approved. What the parliamentary review will do, as it rightfully needs to do, is study three major areas: requests for mature minors, requests for mental illness as a sole underlying condition, and an advance directive, which is very qualitatively different from advance consent.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for having taken a step in the right direction when it comes to medical assistance in dying. Offering our fellow citizens the chance to die in dignity without suffering is surely the most human of gestures. Changing some of the requirements allows more access. My question is as follows. Beyond the cases that we qualify as a death that is reasonably foreseeable, what are the circumstances for people who have conditions like Alzheimer's? The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I can say through you, Mr. Speaker, is that in a case like Alzheimer's or dementia, if I've understood the word right in French, we need to carefully review situations. Through the parliamentary review we're going to conduct this year. These are issues of consent, issues of capacity. Those issues are complex in those types of cases. When it comes to prognosis, Alzheimer's and dementia need to be studied by this Parliament during the required review as per Bill C-14. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for
Lac-Saint-Louis.
Lac-Saint-Louis.
Member mentioned that advance consent was different from advance directive. Could he elaborate on that?
Secretary.
It's a very important concept. So advance consent, under the current regime, what is required is that if you are approved for MAID, you're eligible and approved for MAID, on the date that you are meant to be provided MAID, on that date itself you have to give consent. What we are proposing in this bill is that if on the date when that date arrives, if you're don't have the capacity to provide an oral consent, you can do it in writing in advance. That is advance consent. What is not being proposed in this bill is an advance directive that if 30 years from now I have a malady which I find intolerable in terms of my own suffering, I want to both apply for and be given MAID. That is not being proposed as permitted under this law. Solely what is being proposed is people that have already applied for, been granted eligibility, and just the date has not yet arrived on which it is scheduled. On that date, if they've lost capacity, they can provide it in writing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, on September 11th, 2019, the Quebec Superior Court's decision in Truchon struck down the eligibility criterion of reasonably foreseeable natural death from the Medical Assistance in Dying, or MAID, regime in the Criminal Code. And it's my sincere pleasure today to join the second reading debate on Bill C-7, which is the government's response to this ruling, and which includes a revised safeguard framework. Bill C-7 proposes amendments to the Criminal Code that would work to ensure that consistent application of the MAID law across the country and would adjust the safeguards for a MAID regime that is no longer limited to end-of-life circumstances. Specifically, the bill would create two sets of safeguards to be followed before MAID is provided. One set would be for individuals who are dying, whose death is reasonably foreseeable, in which case most of the existing safeguards will continue to apply, with a few being eased or removed. The second new set of safeguards would apply to individuals whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that is why we're here today to talk about this legislation, given the fact of the decision from the Superior Court in Quebec. This approach to differentiating between MAID requests is consistent with the view that providing MAID to people whose natural death is reasonably foreseeable presents less of a risk and is less complicated than providing MAID to those who are not on a clear trajectory towards death. It is sensible and appropriate that the assessment of a MAID request should be tailored to these different types of cases to account for the different types of risk that could arise. For people who have requested MAID and whose natural death is reasonably foreseeable, amendments to the safeguards in this legislation include the removal of the mandatory 10-day reflection period. And of course, that has been discussed quite widely in the speeches here today, a reduction in the number of independent witnesses, and a change regarding who can be independent witnesses. Existing safeguards, such as the need for 2 independent practitioners who verify the person's eligibility and the need for the person to confirm consent immediately prior to the provision of MAID, except in specific circumstances where consent is given in advance. And that's referring to the Audrey's amendment, which is something that is very important to myself, and it was certainly highlighted, particularly given the fact that Audrey Parker was from Halifax in my home province. Though outside of that, it will remain unchanged for those whose natural death is reasonably foreseeable. During the government's recent MAID consultations, stakeholders noted that the existing 10-day waiting period could result in the prolonged and unnecessary suffering of the patient. And I think we can all appreciate, Mr. Speaker, some of the challenges that would present. Bill C-7 proposes to remove this requirement for people whose death is reasonably foreseeable. A patient who is in that situation and requesting MAID has likely thought and reflected about this particular decision for a considerable amount of time. Requiring them to wait an additional 10 days when their suffering is already unbearable is just unnecessary. For both streams of the MAID request, it is proposed that the requirement for 2 independent witnesses to the patient's written request for MAID be changed so that only 1 is needed. The role of an independent witness to attest to the fact that the person requesting MAID has signed and dated their MAID request themselves in a voluntary manner. A witness does not play a role with respect to the eligibility assessment, which is the responsibility of 2 independent practitioners, nor do they confirm whether the safeguards required by the criminal code have been followed. The current rules also exclude people like healthcare providers and personal support workers from being independent witnesses. This can create access barriers for individuals living in nursing homes or other residential settings who may have very limited family or social networks. And speaking from my own experience and my writing, that certainly can be the case, where individuals that are living in nursing homes or in these situations, they might not have a large family or friend network to be able to draw upon, and I think that's an important piece. Individuals who are paid to provide personal care or health care are likely to be among the limited number of personal contacts an individual living in a care institution may have, as I alluded to. The amendments to the MAID regime would allow a paid personal or healthcare worker to be an independent witness, which will increase access to MAID for this population, and I think that's key. For patients who are eligible for MAID but whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable, the key piece of Truchon, Bill C-7 proposes a separate set of safeguards. In addition to the existing safeguards, such as written request that is signed before an independent witness and confirmation of consent in situations where natural death is not reasonably foreseeable, this would also include new requirements that focus on the need for additional time, expertise, and information in these circumstances. And I do believe that is balanced in the way we move forward. First, there would be a minimum assessment period of 90 days, which can be shortened if loss of capacity is imminent and the assessments are complete. Second, one of the assessing physicians would need to have expertise in the condition that is causing the person's suffering. There would also be 2 clarifications of the requirement for informed consent. First, the patient must be informed of the appropriate counseling, mental health supports, disability supports, community supports, and palliative care options available to them, essentially outlining the available of health care and supports that are there. The second practitioner would need to agree with the patient that the reasonable means of alleviating their suffering have been discussed together and seriously considered. And I think that's very important that it's there. It's fair to say that the assessment of MAID requests by those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable can be more challenging and can raise additional concerns than MAID requests for those who are dying or are reasonably foreseeable. And I think that probably certainly resonates with some of the Her Majesty's loyal opposition and my colleagues on that side of the House. For example, is there suffering caused by factors other than medical conditions, such as loneliness or lack of access to necessary supports? Are there other ways of addressing the suffering other than MAID? And I think that really gets into the slippery slope here in the sense that we're making sure that there's provisions in place to explore all options before perhaps this individual chooses to move forward with that process. The new safeguards, the requirement for a minimum of 90 days and for one of the two assessors to have expertise in the source of person suffering, seeks to ensure that enough time and the right kind of knowledge are devoted to exploring all relevant aspects of the person's situation, including whether there are treatments or services that could help reduce the person's suffering. These are bolstered by the proposed requirement that practitioners discuss reasonable treatment options with the patient and be satisfied that the patient has weighed the risks and benefits of the available options. I think that's balanced, it's fair, and it tries to strike the right balance. And Mr. Speaker, I think we can be confident that most of our practitioners, as part of their good medical practice, fully explore appropriate supports that are available and the available treatments in discussion with their patients. The proposed safeguards reinforce the importance of these good practices and will help to reduce risk to vulnerable persons, which I'm sure we can all appreciate is a concern for members in this House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by stating that it is my belief that this bill strikes a delicate balance, and we know that this is a challenging issue, and it's a delicate issue for many members, but it strikes a delicate balance between respecting personal autonomy while protecting vulnerable individuals. MAID is a personal issue, one that likely has or will touch many of us here today at some point in our lives. I, for one, am comforted by Bill C7's proposed two-tier approach in terms of the safeguards. I think it's reasonable. I think it's balanced in the days. And I'm particularly pleased, Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record for the Audrey's amendment. I think it makes sense. I think that this was a gap under the former legislation. I have had many individuals reach out to my constituency office asking me to be a champion to try to make sure that the Audrey amendment was included in part of our revised legislation moving forward. Some other members have spoken to this in particular. I think that is, I'm certainly pleased to see that in there. If anyone who knows Audrey Parker's situation, they would know the challenge that presented for her, for her family, and we don't want to have people in Canada, Mr. Speaker, that are forced to make that decision. So I will I'll happily take questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank my colleague for his speech here in the House. And one of the things that my constituents have expressed to me when we're talking around the conversation with MAID, and I'm just wondering if he'd be willing to just share with the House if his constituents have expressed the same concern, is that palliative care is actually something that kind of gets put on the back burner when we're talking about MAID, and that rather than investing in palliative care, that people who deserve palliative care and high quality palliative care will instead be offered MAID as an alternative here. I'm just wondering if he's been hearing that from his constituents as well.
Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member across the way for his question. In particular, have not heard that specific case. That's not to suggest that in Kings Hants my constituents aren't concerned about the similar thoughts that he's put forward. He mentioned palliative care. I guess what I would say, my position is, of course, we need to continue to support palliative care for those individuals that want to be able to move forward in that process. But the whole entire piece of this legislation is individuals that are going through considerable suffering have the means available to them to make that conscious choice themselves. And I think, of course, our courts have said that's the direction we need to go. I believe this legislation strikes that proper balance.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was interesting to hear a Liberal member express his support for a two-tiered structure within our healthcare system. I want to ask the member to develop further his comments about the advance consent issue. It would seem to me reasonable for the government to have included, or perhaps to accept at the amendment stage, an amendment requiring the person who has previously expressed their desire for euthanasia to, at the time when they are receiving it, to at least be told what's going on and to give some opportunity to show whether they accept or don't accept the thing that they had asked for in the past. One might ask for something in the future and then change one's mind. And even with limited capacity, it seems reasonable to me that the patient be informed and in some sense consulted even at their state of lower capacity. Would the member be willing to support that kind of a change to ensure that we don't have someone's life being taken at a time when they don't want it to be taken?
Member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. Certainly, he mentioned two-tiered in healthcare. I'll go on record and say, no, of course, I don't support two-tiered in healthcare. My remarks in the speech was talking about the two different safeguards in which we move forward. So I think that's important to note, and I want to go on record for saying that for the honourable member. He talked about, obviously, the piece on the advance directive. And again, I had cited Audrey Parker's example. The suggestion from the member opposite that there's not proper safeguards in place is in my mind, I don't want to say a fallacy, Mr. Speaker, but there are provisions in the legislation that allows an individual to withdraw a prior advance requirement on this side. It also allows an individual who gets to the state that perhaps they're nonverbal to be able to physically communicate and illustrate that they don't want to move forward with that. So again, it strikes that proper balance. I would ask the member opposite, look into Audrey Parker's case and ask himself whether or not we should not be allowing people to make this conscious choice when they are going through so much suffering and have to end their life early when they know that, obviously, when they got to the point that they no longer have the capacity to make it, that they have that choice. I think that's important.
Time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had many calls regarding MAID, and many of them were in favor from my constituents. Some are concerned that this could be kind of risky for people that might be vulnerable in their hours of pain. And what safeguard would you say, or would the member say that we have in place that guarantees, whether for religious beliefs or other, that they are not coerced or they're not pushed into making a decision that maybe they are not in their right state to make? Thank you.
Member for Kings Hands.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question, and a couple things that he pointed on. He talked about the fact that largely his constituents in his riding support this. I think we can all recognize, Mr. Speaker, that this is a delicate issue. This is an issue that many Canadians have different feelings about, and it's evolving over time. Even in the last 5 years, I believe that Canadians' values on this particular type of legislation is evolving. More to his question on the safeguards that are in place, as I mentioned in my speech, they're particularly on the side where death is not reasonably foreseeable. This particular piece of legislation will ensure that there's multiple opportunities for practitioners and for individuals to consult with the people that are contemplating this to ensure that all other avenues are explored and that all the options are available before individuals take what is really a crucial choice. Thank you.
Before we go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I'll let him know there are about 6 minutes remaining in the time for debate this afternoon. Of course, he'll have his remaining time when the House gets back to debate on the question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, some members have been asking me today about what is on my forehead. Don't worry, it's not the remnants of an inappropriate Arabian Nights costume, and it's not the result of slipping and falling while changing a child's diaper. These are ashes. Once a year on what we call Ash Wednesday to mark the beginning of Lent, Catholics receive blessed ashes on their foreheads and may be told, "Remember, you are dust, and unto dust you shall return." Although I oppose this bill, I will note that there is something poetic about discussing death on Ash Wednesday. I've had many conversations with passionate advocates of euthanasia and assisted suicide. They tell me that we should not be afraid of death, that death is a natural part of life. And I agree with them, that death ought not to be feared. However important we think we are in this House, from dust we came and to dust we shall return.
The tendency of modernity is to seek autonomy from and control over the world around us, and to feel as technology improves that we are bound by fewer and fewer of the things that bound us in the past. This in both a physical and a moral sense. In ages past and in other parts of the world, the idea that death was a solution to suffering was unthinkable because life was full of suffering, and suffering was taken for granted. Hunger and disease were rampant and uncontrollable for the vast majority of human history. People had to find meaning and purpose independent of their physical circumstances, and they recognized profound limits on their ability to control the world around them. Our age is unique in its expectation for control. So much of the demand for euthanasia and assisted suicide is not about suffering, but it's about control. Most physical suffering can be addressed through effective pain management and palliative care. But illness and the use of pain management may involve a loss of autonomy and control or a change in capacity, which can be very scary. The good news, belied by our modern assumptions, is that people often adapt to unexpected circumstances. While we want to control our lives in advance, we can often find meaning and happiness in circumstances which we had thought would be unendurable. I did my master's dissertation on happiness measurement. And one of the insights of this burgeoning field is that measurable happiness levels often adapt to negative circumstances much more and much faster than most people think. I might think that going mute would make me very unhappy. But if I did go mute, there's data to suggest that I would find ways of adapting and that my happiness would not be impacted nearly as much as I thought I might in advance. Of course, other people's happiness might be impacted if I went mute as well. Part of our desire to control all aspects of our life is our tragic disinterest in generational wisdom. Many cultures, including First Nations cultures here in Canada, revere elders for their experience and wisdom and give them pride of place in family and community. It's no surprise, in light of their reverence for the elderly, that many First Nations people oppose this expansion. My friend, former Liberal MP Robert Falcon-Willett, once reflected that it sends a dangerous message to young people when older people choose suicide. Now, also on the question of autonomy, I think many of us would find that what makes life most worth living is not our sense of autonomy, but rather our presence in meaningful communities that affirm human dignity. So we need to think about the impacts on community that flow from this expanded euthanasia regime. Suffering together has often been part of our experience of community. It is a tragedy that too often we shut people who are suffering out of public spaces. This loss of community, rather than the initial cause, is likely a source of great suffering and pain as well. Think back to a time when you accompanied someone as they suffered. Unique, meaningful moments happen because of the intimacy that exists in moments of vulnerability and dependency. When people fear that they may be a burden, we need to say to them, no, we love you, you are not a burden, and rather we desire to share your burden with you. We cannot be a society characterized by happiness and meaning if we are not composed of communities of people who are willing to suffer with each other. The very word compassion comes from the Latin for suffer with. In any event, we do not talk often, I think, enough about death. Nobody wants to be reminded that one day they will die, and probably after, not before, their opinions have ceased to be of interest to anyone outside their family. There has been a lot of discussion in the context of this bill about the notion that for some people, at certain points in time, death is or is not reasonably foreseeable. But surely death is reasonably foreseeable for all of us, and hopefully we speak and we vote in a way that allows us to face our mortality with confidence. It is good to recognize our own limitations and to seek joy and meaning in the midst of the inherent unpredictability of life, while pushing for greater supports for those seeking to adapt to new and challenging circumstances. We need better support for inclusion of people with disabilities, and we need desperately improvements to pain management and palliative care. We must build communities. We must be a society which seeks to share each other's burdens so that nobody needs to feel like they are a burden. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the time I have left, I want to note some of the history on this bill. That prior to 2015, we had various bills proposed in this place on this issue. And in every case, it was a majority of Conservatives, Liberals, and New Democrats who opposed it. But the legal situation changed in 2015 when the Supreme Court overturned the existing law. The expectation at the time of Carter, I think, was for a legal regime that would apply narrowly. Some were concerned about this decision, arguing that any opening of the door on this issue would lead to a slippery slope once the sacred principle that doctors should do no harm was violated. Rates would escalate, safeguards would be ignored, and patients would feel pressured towards euthanasia and assisted suicide during moments of extreme vulnerability. But others thought that it would be possible to allow this practice without initiating a slippery slope. They thought it would be possible to carve out a narrow hole in the usual practice of medicine that would remain narrow and limited. But in reality, the slide down this slippery slope has been so dramatic, with annual rates increasing by 5 times between 2016 and 2019. I wonder if members have thought about how high they want this number to go. And we're hearing many horror stories about people's experience with the healthcare system in the context of euthanasia. And Mr. Speaker, I look forward to sharing more about my concerns with the specific provisions of this legislation, as well as sharing some of those stories when the House returns to this issue at the next point.
Indeed, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, will have 13.5 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks when the House gets back to debate on the question, and then the usual 10-minute period for questions and comments. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to put something to you. Just imagine going through a harvest from hell and then not being able to combine your crop. That was the reality of farmers across the prairies, and our farmers are already dealing with a tirade of trade disruptions and the decline of commodity prices. And let's never forget, our farmers are bearing the brunt of illegal blockades that have shut down Canada's rail system, prohibiting them from getting their grain to export ports. They're facing a cash crunch that is causing real hardship, and yet the Liberal government has been absolutely absent. To make matters worse, farmers are now opening their mail, find that the Liberals are sticking them with a huge tax bill to dry their grain. A huge carbon tax bill, Mr. Speaker. If the Liberals hope that I or my colleagues are going to go away, well, let me be crystal clear. I'll never waver from standing up for the Westman farmers, and my colleagues will always stand up for the farmers in their areas as well. So why are we forced to do this, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's because there are no substitutes for propane and natural gas for drying grain or heating barns. And these fuels are not exempt from the Liberals' carbon tax within the agriculture sector. I asked my question in question period, asking for the removal of these carbon taxes on fuels as farmers need them to heat their grains, their barns rather, and dry their grain. I'm disappointed that the Minister of Agriculture has not been able to push through the necessary changes to exempt farmers from the carbon tax on these necessary fuels. The Minister claims she's listening to farmers, but our government is ignoring what these farmers are telling them. Liberals are opposed, or have proposed no solutions, to lessen the financial pain their carbon tax is causing on farmers. That's why my colleague from Peterborough, Northumberland South has provided his private member's bill to this House, and it is to help farmers solve this Liberal lack of action or recognition of hurt. His bill would remove the carbon tax from fuels and drying grain for heating barns, Mr. Speaker, and that's action that I can support. But the Prime Minister said today in question period that in this House that his Liberal government recognizes this issue is hurting farm families. Well, Mr. Speaker, recognizing the issue is simply not enough. It's time for the government to stand up and act, and that's what my colleague has done. So I ask the Liberals again, will they do the right thing and fully exempt farmers from the carbon tax? Simple yes or no. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable colleague from Brandon-Souris for raising this important question. Canada's farmers and farm families are critical to the health and well-being of Canadians and our economy. The grain sector is an important driver of the Canadian economy, with over $20 billion in farm gate receipts and exports. Canada grain growers have shown incredible resilience in the face of some very significant and stressful weather and market challenges last year, not to mention the CN rail strike. Wet conditions resulted in an extremely difficult fall harvest seasons for many growers across Canada. We recognize the challenges that farmers are facing and the extra demands on energy for grain drying. At the same time, carbon pricing is an important part of Canada's plan to transition to a cleaner and more innovative economy that reduces emissions and protects our environment. That is why we are taking steps to review the information at hand, to consult with the sector and with the provinces to determine a path forward, one that is good for farmers and the environment. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada is working with industry to see whether existing programs can help. I thank the industry for working with us on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the well-being of our valued grain sector, the Government of Canada will do everything in its power to help farmers overcome these challenges while keeping our commitment to protect the environment. The two go hand in hand. Canada simply cannot have a strong and growing grain sector without clean air, land, and water. Producers understand this better than most. We are exploring all potential options to address this issue and will continue to collaborate with our provincial and territorial partners moving forward. Canada has the very best farmers who grow the very best grains. The Government of Canada wholeheartedly supports the sector and our grain growers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Therein lies the problem, Mr. Speaker. This same, my colleague across the way, I thank him for his reply, but he's just saying that he recognizes the problem, the same as the Prime Minister said today in this House. But there's no action. All I have to do is remove the carbon tax off of these particular heating fuels, propane and natural gas, that are used for drying grain and heating barns in this country, Mr. Speaker, that produce the food for the consumers of not only our country, but neighbouring and international countries as well. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, the Liberals refuse to give the farmers a straight answer. Farmers continue to pay the price for this government's failed carbon tax plan, and Westman farmers and farm families and those of the prairies want to know if they are continuing to be penalized for drying their grain, why they're being continuing to be penalized for drying their grain and heating their barns. Farmers are vital environmental stewards, as has been pointed out. My father had a saying, if you look after the land, it'll look after you. Through zero-till farming and regenerative agriculture, farmers are essential in protecting our air and water. Together, they help reduce 1.5 million tons of carbon every year. So despite this decade, their decade of strong management practices that farmers have had, the government continues to put farmers at a disadvantage relative to their major international competitors. It's time for this Liberal government to stop stalling and take real action to fix the issues they've created. So I'll give the government another opportunity. Will the Liberals exempt farmers from the carbon tax and reimburse them for the taxes they've already paid? Yes?
The honourable the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, we know that grain farmers face serious weather and market interruptions challenges this year. A wet harvest coupled with a rail strike meant grains sat in storage and required extra energy to dry. We recognize that the unusually high drying costs late in the 2019 season has added to producers' financial concerns. We're working with our provincial and territory colleagues to review the suite of business risk management programs we offer to producers and make changes to ensure producers have timely, predictable, and effective support. Carbon pricing is an important part of Canada's plan to transition to a cleaner and more innovative economy that reduces emissions and protects our environment. Mr. Speaker, we are exploring all potential options to address this issue, and we will continue to collaborate with provincial and territorial partners moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 6th, the day that the RCMP began raids on the Wet'suwet'en people asserting sovereignty over their lands, I asked, why has the government abandoned its duty and allowed the constitutional and legal rights of the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs to be violated? Since early January, the hereditary chiefs have been asking for meetings with the federal and provincial governments to help them deal with the issues they were facing with the Coastal GasLink project. I traveled to Wet'suwet'en territory on January 19th, and I met with the hereditary chief, traveled through the territory, learned about the Wet'suwet'en law, and met with the RCMP detachment commanders in Smithers and at the Community Industry Safety Office, 25 kilometers off the highway out in the bush. The RCMP told me that as long as there was dialogue, they would not act on the Coastal GasLink injunction. The Wet'suwet'en had proposed alternate routes for the pipeline 6 years ago. Instead of compromising and using an existing pipeline route, Coastal GasLink pushed their project through a pristine and culturally sensitive area. Coastal GasLink is running their pipeline down the historic Queese Trail, which is thousands of years old. This area contains archaeological sites and burial grounds. The area is used for cultural training of the Wet'suwet'en youth. It's an area used for hunting, gathering, trapping, and other cultural practices. The Unistoten camp was established in the area 10 years ago to assert sovereignty and now includes a well-established healing center. I have a map on my desk of the alternative routes, a description of these routes provided by Pacific Trails Pipeline, another pipeline company working in the area. I have the documents outlining Coastal GasLink's refusals to consider these alternate routes because of the cost, and I have a petition to the Supreme Court of BC by the Office of the Wet'suwet'en outlining a long list of non-compliance by Coastal GasLink of the terms and conditions set out by the Environmental Assessment Office in BC, including the damage done to archaeological sites without a proper assessment of those sites. A week before the raids, I gave Prime Minister Trudeau a letter in person and asked him to take time to meet with the hereditary chiefs. The Prime Minister's response was that this was a provincial issue, not a federal issue. I told him that it was a federal issue. The federal government is responsible for the Indian Act, the reserve system, and the nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations. Let's review the constitutional and legal rights of the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs. The Royal Proclamation of 1763 states that Indigenous title to Indigenous lands must first be reconciled before settlement can take place, and only the Crown can reconcile Indigenous title. Section 35(1) of the Constitution Act of 1982 recognizes and affirms Aboriginal and treaty rights. The Supreme Court in Delgamuukw affirmed that the Royal Proclamation of 1763 applied and confirmed that Aboriginal title was not extinguished by the Wet'suwet'en. It was the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs who were the plaintiffs in the Delgamuukw case. They were recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada. The Supreme Court's Silcotin decision confirmed that land rights are collective and intergenerational, and it is the collective that speaks for the ancestral territory. The hereditary system represents that collective. The government has had 23 years to work with the Wet'suwet'en First Nation to implement the directives outlined by the Supreme Court in the Delgamuukw decision. The lack of free, prior, and informed consent in the RCMP raids are violations of the government's commitment to the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. The federal government has failed in its responsibility to the Wet'suwet'en people by not negotiating with the hereditary chiefs before the RCMP raids.
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for Nanaimo Ladysmith for the question. And I want to begin by acknowledging that we are all gathered here on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people. Challenging time for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike. We all want a peaceful and rapid resolution that brings down the blockades and advances dialogue with the Wet'suwet'en. Our government has been working around the clock to resolve this issue in a peaceful and lasting way. That's why Ministers of Crown Indigenous Relations has been in regular communication with the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs throughout the past week. It's time to move forward together to get our economy moving and to continue advancing reconciliation with Indigenous people. The government's commitment from 2015 has not changed. There remains no more important relationship to the government and to Canada than the one with Indigenous peoples. Our resolve to pursue the reconciliation agenda with Indigenous peoples is as strong as ever. Canada is ready for this. Canadians want this. We have significantly stepped up rights-based discussions with Indigenous peoples. Today, active discussions are underway with partners from every province and territory, more than 150 processes, more than 500 Indigenous communities, and almost 900 Indigenous peoples. This government has also moved to strengthen relationships with national Indigenous organizations to ensure they have the stable, predictable, and reasonable funding needed to carry out their work. To ensure key issues are regularly discussed at the highest levels, the Government of Canada established the permanent bilateral mechanisms with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders to identify each community's joint priorities. We continue to make progress on implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission said as said, the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples charts a path for reconciliation to flourish in the 21st century in Canada. We are committed to working collaboratively with Indigenous partners to develop legislation and to deliver on our commitment to introduce legislation on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by the end of 2020. We were disappointed when the Conservative leader blocked Bill C-262 in the other House during the last Parliament, and we will ensure that our government legislation fully respects the intent of the Declaration and establishes Bill C-262 as the floor and not the ceiling. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there are many hopeful signs, but there's also much work that remains to be done. Thank you.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The results of not negotiating with the Wet'suwet'en chiefs led to the RCMP enforcing the injunction, and it's led to a reaction across Canada. Nobody should be surprised. Indigenous people across Canada have said that they would stand together when a First Nation is attacked. The results? Hundreds of protests, blockades, and occupations across this country. Now the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs are demanding that the RCMP completely withdraw from their traditional territory, including the removal of all the expensive infrastructure related to the Community Industry Safety Detachment out at kilometre 29 on the Morris Forest Service Road, and that Coastal GasLink cease all operations in the territory. This government must stop failing in their duty to the Wet'suwet'en people. It's time to apologize, meet these demands, and meet with the hereditary chiefs.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, we need to work in true partnership. Together, we can find a path towards a better future and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We've already started down this path, and we will keep walking together, inspired by and joined by our youth who are leaders, not only of tomorrow, but already today. We have all seen what happens when we don't come together to keep the conversations going. It results in mistrust and confusion that can be the root of conflict. It is a barrier to moving forward together. Yes, these are challenges. The hard work ahead is worth the effort, and all of us will benefit in striving for a better present and future for Indigenous peoples and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, Canada's farmers are leaders in agriculture. They are innovative, good stewards of the land, and they feed Canada and the world. The success of our farmers is vital to all Canadians, but the reality is that they are struggling right now. In a large part, that's because of the Liberal government is actually failing them. The illegal blockades across this country are holding our Canadian economy hostage, and this includes our farmers. Our farmers are not able to get their products to market because of the ongoing illegal blockades. The Prime Minister's leadership is failing them in this crisis. For weeks, the Prime Minister has sat on his hands, emboldening activists, and still today, there is no plan to end these blockades. Just the other day, I spoke to Brandon, a constituent in my riding, who is in dire straits. The local grain elevator is so backlogged that he can't make arrangements to get his grain to market in March. His farm operations depend on that income of that sale, and his ability to keep the heat on in his house and feed his family also depends on the income of that sale. The banks aren't ordering or offering any relief, so where does he turn, Mr. Speaker? Unfortunately, Brandon's story is not unique. The bills are mounting for our farmers, and every day that they can't get their product to market puts them further and further behind. And yet this economic crisis created by these illegal blockades is just the latest. Our farmers are constantly finding themselves at a losing end of this government's failures. Trade relations and opportunities have deteriorated, and the Liberal carbon tax is bankrupting our farmers. Eliminating the Liberal carbon tax is a real, tangible action that they could take today to deliver relief to our farmers. That is why in question period, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister to fully exempt our farmers from the carbon tax. I also asked him if he would finally acknowledge that his carbon tax unfairly punishes our rural communities and our farmers. The Prime Minister's response was that Canadians were better off with his carbon tax, and that he was putting more money in their pockets. And that is completely ludicrous. If you take $100 out of a person's pocket and put $1 back in, they are not better off. No one is naive enough to believe that. It shows that the Prime Minister is either not listening, that he does not understand the realities of rural Saskatchewan, or that he does not care, or maybe it's all of the above. Regardless, my constituents of Battleford's Lloydminster are owed better. The Liberal carbon tax does not acknowledge the reality of living in rural Saskatchewan. It does not acknowledge the contributions of our farmers to environmental sustainability. And certainly, the Liberal household carbon rebates given to farm families do not even come close to the offsetting of the taxes paid by their farm businesses. Farmers in Saskatchewan are paying the carbon tax on everything from drying grain to hauling crops to machinery to rail transportation and so many other major farm expenses. Unlike other industries, farmers and producers cannot pass along the added expense. It is a direct hit to their bottom line. This year, they are losing 8% of their total net income, and in less than 2 years, that number will be 12% of their net income, Mr. Speaker. Those numbers are astronomical and will drive our family farm businesses into the ground. Blow after blow, our farmers are taking hits, and they are desperate. I sure hope that we will hear a different answer. How does this Liberal government expect them to put food on their own tables, let alone the tables of Canadians?
Well, Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to further address the honourable member from Battleford's Lloydminster's question on pollution pricing in the agriculture sector. In many ways, agriculture is leading the way in our transition to a low-carbon economy. Canada farmers are and will continue to be part of the climate change solution. That's why our carbon pricing policy reflects the realities of Canada's agriculture industry. Our government recognizes that farmers and farm families are important drivers of our economy. We understand that Canadian farmers are making important contributions in the fight against climate change. For example, by adopting sustainable technologies and practicing like precision agriculture or conservation tillage. We know farmers are price takers and cannot easily pass along increased costs to consumers. That is why gasoline and diesel fuels for on-farm use are exempted from carbon pricing under the federal backstop. As well, emissions from crop and livestock production are not subject to carbon pricing. As for the issue of usage of propane for grain drying, we are committed to listening to producers. We thank the organizations who have provided data, and we will certainly give it full consideration. The agriculture sector already has a solid track record of innovating and adopting new technologies to improve environmental performance and reduce gas house emissions. As one young farmer said recently, environmental sustainability is in our DNA. If you're not caring for your land for those 6 consecutive generations, you're not in business. In fact, for more than a decade, greenhouse gases from agriculture has remained stable despite growth in production. Mr. Speaker, the government places a high priority on helping the industry adjust to the effects of climate change. Climate change and the environment are at the heart of agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada's Canadian Agriculture Partnership. Through this partnership, the federal and provincial and territorial governments are investing in key priorities of the agriculture sector, including the environment. Programs help farmers capitalize on opportunities for sustainable growth while adapting to climate change. They help farmers adopt precision agriculture technologies, tools, and products to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This helps them further contribute to Canada's action on greenhouse gas emissions, reduction while growing production to feed the world. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada is investing $70 million in agriculture science to address emerging priorities such as climate change and soil and water conservation. That includes an investment of $10 million in the Living Laboratories Initiative, which brings scientists and farmers together to develop practical technologies and sustainable farming practices that are field tested so farmers can adopt them quickly. In Prince Edward Island, the research conducted under Living Lab Atlantic will help PEI farmers enhance soil health, improve water quality, and boost their crop production. Mr. Speaker, we know Canadian grain farmers are working hard to safeguard our environment, and we will continue to invest to support them in their great work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker. So I heard a lot of things there. I don't know how the government is respecting provincial jurisdiction. We look at Alberta, we look at Saskatchewan, what farmers are already doing. Obviously, they're innovative. It's good for their bottom line. They want to be good for the environment. They're already good stewards of the land, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, just to hear the same platitudes over and over again, they know that they're doing what they can do. They want to be innovative, but when the Liberal government keeps putting their hands in the pockets, they're not going to have any capital left over to be innovative and to be able to afford those things to, reduce their carbon footprint. One thing that I want to mention that I heard on the members say on the other side was exploring the idea of an exemption of the carbon tax of propane. I was just for drawing green. I'm just wondering if this is a commitment that the government is willing to make that exemption for propane fuel that is used for farm purposes such as drying grain. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the opportunity to be a global leader when it comes to feeding a growing world population sustainability. The government will provide the investments needed to maximize and accelerate the efforts of our farmers, our scientists, and industry. Our programs will help farmers care for their land and strengthen their business. These efforts will bring enormous value to our Canadian brand, already renowned in global markets for quality and respect for the environment. We are committed to supporting farmers as they continue to be responsible stewards of our land, and will continue to work with farmers to help them capture sustainable growth while adapting to climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, la motion importante.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.